If I can ask first the council, please, if you can introduce yourself.
Hi there, Deborah Armstrong. I'm the lead officer for Planning Policy and GIS team at Scottish Borders Council.
Good morning to you, and I think you've got some colleagues with you today.
Yes, I will introduce Sarah Thompson.
Hi there, Sarah Thompson. I'm a solicitor for Scottish Borders Council.
Good morning to you.
I'm Lindsay Rennick. I'm the Principal Officer for Housing Strategy, Policy and Development.
Good morning to you. Thank you. And to Homes for Scotland, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Lewington. I'm the Principal Planning Advisor at Homes for Scotland.
Okay, good morning to you. And now to Ferguson Planning, please.
Yes, morning. Yeah, it's Tim Ferguson here at Ferguson Planning, obviously Director at Ferguson Planning. I led on quite a lot of the private sector developments across the borders, and with me here is Rory Thompson, my colleague, who is undertaking quite a lot of representations to the local plan.
Thank you very much. And are you speaking together or separately on behalf of clients?
Yeah, well, Rory will be the principal address. I'm here sort of, in terms of there's a wider conversation in the contextual. I know there are some questions in terms of the delivery of private housing in the borders, so I'll add that extra context to the discussion if needed.
Both. That's fine. Okay, no probs. Right. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm just going to go through now some of the introductory remarks that I just need to make. I'm picking up a little bit of feedback. Is anybody else hearing that?
Yeah, we're hearing that.
I'm just trying to.
No, okay.
Perhaps if everyone can put on their put their system on mute while speaking's going on. That way, it just cuts out some of the feedback. It might be that the mics are picking up the sound of me speaking at your end and then transmitting it again. So that seems to have disappeared anyway. So that's fine. We appear to have just lost Lindsay Rennick just now. Oh no, just back in picture. Okay. So this hearing is being broadcast live on the internet for the public to follow. So it will also be recorded and stored as part of the DPA's webcast archive and will be capable of repeated viewing. By participating in this virtual session, participants are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information pertaining to them contained in those webcasting and for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. And further details can be found in the DPA privacy notice on the DPA part of the Scottish Government website. Some reminders that I just need to run through with you. I think we've touched on this already, but yeah, if you're not speaking, can you please keep your mics on mute? That way it helps cut down some of the feedback. I think the only parties that we've got in the session today are those participating anyway. So if you can keep your cameras on, that's helpful, but keep your mics on mute. And when you're speaking, obviously I'll try and remember to put my mic on mute as well. If you need to attract my attention during the proceedings, then please raise your hand. I can see all of you in front of me on one screen, so I should be able to notice that. All matters should be raised through me in the first instance. I'll be chairing, writing, asking questions, listening, all at the same time. So if I miss you, then my apologies. I will try and get to you if you're raising your hand, and do persist. And if I'm not noticing you because I've got my head down, then do please just intervene and make me aware that you want to speak, and I'll bring you in at an appropriate moment. Just rest assured, of course, everyone will get the chance to speak and to make the points that they want to. It's acceptable, obviously, to have communications devices with you, but please put those on silent mode so that we're not disturbed by Crazy Frog or any other ringtones that anyone's got. Please, can I remind all parties to be courteous and respectful to one another. You'll probably hear people saying things that you might not agree with, but I need to hear all the points of view, and everybody needs to have the chance to express their views without interruption. Is anybody expecting a test of the fire alarms in their buildings today? No. Okay, lovely. Neither am I. So if it happens for anybody, then it's probably real. If you need to leave the building, please do so. What we'll do is pause. If you're going to be out for a while, or you know quickly when you're going to be back in, if you can just give the office a phone, that will give us the heads up and we can advise the other parties, and then we can quickly reconvene. So yeah, don't sit there if the alarm's going off. No, you must leave if that happens. So that's fine. Today's session then. Today our hearing session will be covering, as you know, issue 006, and that includes matters covered by Proposed Plan Chapter 6, Planning for Housing, and Appendix 2, Meeting the Housing Land Requirement. An agenda was circulated a couple of weeks ago, and hearing participants were also invited to update their previously stated positions in light of the Council's publication of the 2021 Housing Land Audit if they wished. And I appreciate that the timescales for that were tight, so I'm very grateful to you all for your efforts in meeting Monday's deadline, and that hopefully should have given everybody yesterday to have had a look through the material, and you'll get to be able to speak about that today. And as we go through the agenda, I'll point out the areas, of course, where we can expand to accommodate that discussion. Can I check everyone's got a copy of the agenda? Yeah, okay, lovely. So we'll follow the format of the agenda, dealing with the questions it asks. I'll invite one party to begin. Sometimes it'll be the council, other times it may be other parties, and I'll then invite the other participants to comment in turn, and I'll then return to the parties to glean any views that we've got from the initial position. And then I'll probably ask the council to close the relevant session. I'm hoping to adopt a fairly brisk approach, and in the interests of avoiding repetition, I'm content for you if you've just heard lots of things that you agree with, then it's acceptable to say you agreed with those points, and to then focus on the points where you differ or you want to add something. I think that should cut down any unnecessary repetition and assist with the efficient running of today's process. And please know, of course, that I've read all of the submitted material that's before me. So the main purpose of the session today is to make sure that I understand the positions of each participant. I may have some questions as we're going through, so it might be easier for me to interrupt you if I've got a question of the moment, and I'll do that. Otherwise, I might have questions when you get to the end. As I say, the purpose is for me to try and understand what you're saying, so that might mean I appear to ask more questions. So please don't read into anything that I'm asking more or fewer questions, or the nature of the questions that I'm asking. It's all to help me to understand your positions. Once we've reached a natural conclusion, as I say, I'll invite the council to conclude, and we'll move on to the next part of the agenda. We'll try and take some breaks. These virtual sessions are, I think, a very good system, but I think it's important for us to take some screen breaks. I'll try and do that every hour or thereabouts, based on where we are. If it makes sense to just finish something off or take a slightly earlier break, then I'll try and do that. We usually take about 5 minutes or so. So we'll keep an eye on the time for that. I'll try and break for lunch about 1 p.m. And I'll evaluate where we are in the run up to 1 p.m. And we can decide whether we need to shorten lunch if we're not making as much progress, and I'll take soundings on that. And I'm hoping to finish by about 4 p.m. today. Again, it might be, depending on where we are, that we need to progress a little beyond that, and I'll take soundings nearer the time about those things. So if there's lots of repetition, then you'll get kept in at playtime. So we should hopefully be in a position to move things along efficiently. So let's just check then that everybody understands what's going to happen today. Has anybody got any procedural queries before we begin? Okay, so let's begin then with point 1 on the agenda. I'll read through each of the agenda items and I'll pick up any areas where we need to deal with additional material. So item 1, Homes for Scotland's representation, pages 45 to 47, provide 3 graphs showing house building rates in the Scottish borders based on Scottish Government data between 1997 and 2019. Ferguson Planning provides a similar graph showing recent house building by private and affordable tenure on behalf of its clients. What is the evidence story being told by the above referenced graphs? How, if at all, does the above evidence story affect need and demand for homes? And is there any connection between the increase in affordable house building and the drop in private completions? I'm aware, of course, that since the agenda was circulated, that we now have additional completions data for 2020 and 2021 in the respective housing land audits. And I'm also aware, of course, that the Ferguson planning graph includes completions data from 1997 to 2022. So if I can invite the council, first of all, please, to start us off. If Ms. Armstrong, is that you to begin with, or is it one of your colleagues?
Yes, I can certainly start off. I think in terms of point A, I'll probably wait for Ferguson Planning and Homes of Scotland to elaborate on what they consider the evidence story to be told by the graphs. However, I do have a few comments in relation to Part B and Part C, which I can run you through. In respect, in terms of the response in respect of the need and demand for homes within the Scottish borders, it's noted that there is currently 8,715 units within the established house and land supply recorded as part of the most recent 2021 HLA. Therefore, it is considered that there is a sufficient house and land supply currently available for developers within the Scottish borders, offering a range and choice of sites for both affordable and market development. In respect of the market housing trends shown in the graphs, it should be noticed that this is not a localised matter, rather a national trend. Housing development was in a very different picture in 2007, and some of the graphs actually date back to 1997 in comparison to recent years. In the years since, we have experienced a financial crash, effects of Brexit and a global pandemic. And I think as a result of these, there have been a number of factors which have influenced these trends over time. It's considered that the Scottish borders does have a healthy house and land supply, and it is solely the market conditions that are really preventing sites from being developed, not the lack of sites actually available within the plan. I would like just to touch on the trend in terms of affordable housing completions as well over the recent years. I think a lot of this is to do with national policy for the delivery of more affordable homes throughout the whole of Scotland as well. Scotland is now progressing towards its target of delivering over 100,000 affordable homes by 2032. And as a result of national policy drivers for affordable housing, there has been a significant increase in the affordable housing supply programme expenditure in recent years. We do have more information on the the programme expenditure if that is required. And notably, the recent Honda 3 outputs demonstrate that the needs and demands for the Scottish borders are less than in previous Hondas, which is also reflective of the downward trend in completions for the region. I really just wanted to summarise those points, but I'm happy to listen to what the other parties have to say on this as well.
Thank you. And as you were I suppose commenting and running me through that. You mentioned, of course, that you weren't necessarily wanting to touch on the evidence story, but I think there were elements that you did touch on. You did refer to what you described, I think, as some national policy drivers, and you also talked about financial crash, Brexit and the pandemic. Can you just relate those to the information that's presented in the graphs for me so I can understand how those things relate to what you were meaning in the context of the information that's presented in those graphs?
Yeah, I'll just pull up the graphs. I think really what I'm getting at there is that at the start we can see perhaps in, say, 2007, of course, we all had higher completions nationally, but with a lot of factors that have happened over the course of the financial crash, dealing with a global pandemic, we have had a national trend in general in a decrease in housing completions throughout Scotland. So I don't necessarily think that is an issue solely for the Scottish borders. So that's really what I'm getting at that point, is just that from 2007, we're in a very different economic place than we were back then. So I'm really just trying to reinforce the point that it's not because we don't have the land, it's just the market conditions. We do have the land supply within the Scottish borders.
Okay, I understand that point that you're making. I'm kind of thinking about the circumstances you described. So you mentioned obviously Brexit and the pandemic. I'm looking at the dates on the graphs. I'm assuming that the Ferguson planning one, which goes to 2022, is that one that covers some of the more recent phenomena that you're talking about?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, a lot that'll take us up to 2021. So I think perhaps some of the completions that we're experiencing, say even 2020, 2021, we're still getting that lag pre-pandemic. So a lot of the completions for approvals that were perhaps approved 2019, 2018, that were maybe forecast to be complete in 2021, 22. I think there will be a lag in terms of the phasing as a result of the pandemic as well. So I think that's sites that we perhaps programmed that we thought might come forward in, say, 2020, 2021, 22, 22. We've maybe not seen those completions. And I think that is a national trend in terms of that. Obviously, delivery, house building was halted. So we will have, that's had a knock on in our programming as well. But I think that is seen everywhere in Scotland, to be honest.
So are you saying then that the pandemic and Brexit take two of the factors you described? We may not actually have seen the effects that you argue would come through from that. I'm trying to understand whether we're seeing the implications of those two phenomena in the information that's presented in these graphs.
Okay, I see what you're saying there. So perhaps, yes, actually the pandemic, it may be that has a knock on for future years as well.
I see. So in your view, are we or are we not seeing the consequences of those two things in what I'm looking at here?
I think that probably in terms of the pandemic, I think it may be future trends, to be honest. Okay. And I think what we're actually looking at is probably just a national trend overall in those years. And I think the impacts of Brexit and perhaps the pandemic, we might have knock-ons for future programming as well, where we've maybe have to push back the programming phasing.
Yes, and you mentioned as well another phenomena, which was, I think you called it the financial crash. Can you just talk me through what you mean by that, and how would that be manifesting itself in what I'm looking at?
I think in terms of financial crash, obviously we had a number of completions, higher completion trends in 2007. What I can do is I can just pull up, I think we've got information on our actual completion trends. Laura, do you have? If you just bear with me a minute, I'll just pull up the completions from 2007 just so I can demonstrate how these have actually decreased over time.
I'm just wanting to look at the graphs because that's the evidence that's before me. You appear to be saying, if I've understood you correctly, that up to and including 2007, there was a position which, on looking at the graphs, that appears to be a comparatively high position. After 2007, then there seems to be a drop. And that continues into the, what should we say, the 20-teens.
Yes.
And then there's, I suppose, how would you say, some zigzagging. And are you saying that pattern that I'm seeing on the graphs and the financial crash that you talked about is that what I'm seeing here on the graphs in your view?
Yes, right, I do consider that correct, yes. So what we'll see there is that the private was much, much higher. We can see there 2001, we've got high market completions, and then it's been coming downwards ever up to 2022. And that is a result of, yes, after that financial crash, and not just Scottish Borders, but I think nationally, we have never, ever recovered and got back to those pre-financial crash completion levels. And that's not just Scottish Borders. If we speak to other local authorities, that is a national picture that after that crash. And I think that links back to future needs and demands going forward as well. But I think we'll come on to that in another question.
So what was different before 2007, 2008 that changed after that time period? In terms of the experiences of what we're looking at?
I think pre-2007 we were in a different, I think the economy was in a much different place pre-2007. Our house building, we had a significant number of house building. 2 seconds, I think one of my colleagues just would like to add something on this matter as well, in terms of housing, affordable housing. Yes.
Even the market for house sales dropped as well. So the demand for buying housing, there was a significant reduction in the borders of people buying properties at the time as well. So the demand for buying housing significantly dropped as well around that time.
So what is the connection between that and the financial crash that was described by your colleague Ms Armstrong? What is there a connection between what the financial crash meant, and you appear to be saying there was a change in buying. Does that mean?
Yeah, after the financial crash, there was a lot of changes in mortgage products that were available. In the past, you could get mortgages for 125%, 100%. Often you had to get have a deposit, a large deposit. So that had an impact on buying houses.
Okay.
So that impacted the demand on people who were maybe people who needed to sell but couldn't sell on because people couldn't get the mortgages to buy the house. So I think all these had an impact, and that was all caused a lot by the financial crash.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Ms. Armstrong, before I move on, did you want to say anything else about this matter?
I've got a couple of points here. Back in 2007, we had 717 completions, and you obviously see in the recent 2021 audit we're down to 219. I think in terms of the economic position, we had a lot more national and local house building interest in the Scottish Borders, and that has decreased since 2007. And I think it's just worth noting that there is a real lack of national and local house builders now delivering in the Scottish Borders, and that is something that we're working on. How do we actually attract the national and local house builders back to the Scottish Borders? So I think that's everything that I would like to say on question 1.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
So can I invite Homes for Scotland now, Mr. Lewington? Your views, please, on the same information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Smith. Shall I just go bullet point by bullet point and then graph by graph?
I'm happy for you to do that if that's the way you'd like to present it.
So the evidence story being told by the 3 graphs. So graph 1 was attachment 3 of our proposed plan representation. This sets out the completion figures split into private and social tenures for the Scottish Borders local authority area for each calendar year from 1997 to 2019. The source for that information is the Scottish Government's Housing Statistics Quarterly Update, which is entitled New House Building and Affordable Housing Supply. The most recent update to those statistics was in March 2023, and the figures contained within the graph are still correct according to the most recent update of those figures.
Okay. So what is the story that it's showing then?
Yes. So attachment 3, graph 1 shows a peak in the delivery of homes for private tenures and indeed across all tenures in 2002, and then moves on to show that for the period 2015 to 2019, private sector completions had fallen significantly to an annual average of just over a quarter of the 2002 peak. The graph also shows social completions as being more static before experiencing an uplift in 2018. It's worth noting here as well, social is defined by the Scottish Government as including both homes built by the local authority and by the RSLs.
Yeah, okay. So obviously the council had touched on various phenomena that it suggested, at least explained the changes that it outlined for us, and I think that you've just talked about. Do you share that view? Have you got things you disagree with or dispute or want to add?
I think that it's easier to discuss those matters referring to the next 2 graphs. They show the comparison with Scottish Borders with other regional partners. So to refer to graph 2, which was part of attachment 4 of our proposed plan representation, this shows completions data derived from the same source as before, which compares private tenure completions for the same calendar year period in the Scottish Borders local authority area with those in Edinburgh, East Lothian and Mid Lothian, and the table sums the completions figures for those other 3 local authorities. As a result, little can therefore be discerned from the raw numbers, comparing one authority against 3 and very different authorities. However, it is possible to note the upward trend in the combined completions figures for the other three authorities in the post-global financial crisis period, or at least in the decade from 2010-11 onwards, whereas the private completions in Scottish Borders have remained static or even fallen slightly in the same period. So that graph shows completions, private completions at least, have not kept pace with the South East Scotland region in recovering from the effects of the global financial crisis.
And the council had mentioned that there was different levels of, is it fair to say, industry interest in those different parts. Certainly in Scottish Borders, they seem to refer to it having diminished. Is that, do you recognise that summary of circumstances?
Yes, it is certainly true that there is more market interest in Edinburgh and East Lothian particularly, but also Mid Lothian as well, than there is in the Scottish Borders. Yes.
And I may have cut you off because I don't know if you're wanting to go on to the third graph.
Yes.
And talk us through that.
Yes. So the third graph, which is second part of attachment 4 of our proposed plan representation, shows the all sector completions data derived from the same source again across the same calendar year period. For Scottish Borders, Edinburgh, East Lothian, Mid Lothian, this time doesn't merge the figures for the other three authorities. So from that graph, you can see, and this is all sector completions.
So this includes affordable housing as well as private housing?
Yes, this is private and social, so all types of affordable, yes. This shows Edinburgh and East Lothian demonstrates the uplift in completions in the post-global financial crisis landscape. Mid Lothian demonstrates this as well, but to a lesser extent, likely because their completion levels were already historically high in the years just before, during, and just after the crisis.
Okay. And so in terms of, bear with me a second.
Move on to the next bullet point.
Please, yes. Sorry, I was trying to shift my screen up at the same time. Yes, so sorry. Do please move on to the next bit. So yes, the evidence story and need and demand bit.
How does it affect need and demand for homes? Graph 1. This shows that the average all 10-year completions for the period 2009 to 2019 was just over 350 homes per year, with a total across that period therefore being just over 3,500 homes. Table 4 of the adopted LDP states that the housing land requirement for that period, 2009 to 2019, was 9,650 homes. This therefore represents an unmet need and demand. The 9,650 homes minus the 3,500 delivered, which equals approximately 6,000 homes across the period, or approximately 60% of the housing land requirement.
Okay, so what does that mean? What should I take from that then?
Well, I mean, even given that the adopted LDP was permitted to be adopted without adequately addressing the housing land requirement, as is noted in LDP policy HD4, that still represents a very large number of homes that were considered to be necessary to plan for that have not been delivered. Are we to presume that the need and demand for these homes has simply disappeared? That doesn't seem an entirely reasonable assumption. I can talk about graphs 2 and 3 as well in that point.
Yes, do please take me through those.
Not so much to discuss here. These two graphs essentially paint the same picture. This one we've already covered, is that Scottish Borders, for whatever reason, have not seen the uplift in the supply of new homes that neighbouring regional partners have.
Okay. And on the third bullet regarding, is there a connection between those two matters in your view?
Just quickly deal with graphs 2 and 3 on that point.
Yeah.
Not relevant for those graphs, as those graphs don't show the 10-year split in completions. So for graph 1 on that bullet point, with regards to the graph setting out the completion figures split by tenure, it shows social housing delivery nearly exceeds private housing delivery in the Scottish Borders area 2019. Indeed, I believe for 2021, social housing completions did exceed private completions.
Mm-hmm.
And whilst the decrease in private completions is alarming, it's unclear if there's a link between the increase in social house building, which is a positive thing, and the drop in the private completions.
Okay. Did you want to add anything else to the points you've already made, or any other points you wanted to pick up? We will, once we've heard from everyone, we will go around again and just because then everyone.
Not at this stage. I think I'll leave Ferguson Planning to discuss their graph.
No problem. Thank you very much. And over to Ferguson Planning, if you can take us through your views of the matters on the agenda, and you've obviously heard me rehearsing the various points that I've gone through with both the council and Mr. Lewington for Homes for Scotland. So welcome any views you've got there.
Yeah, okay, good. Can I just check, can you all hear me? Yeah, good. Okay, so the graph submitted by Ferguson Planning is sourced from the Housing Statistics for Scotland Quarterly Update, New House Building and Affordable Housing Supply January 2023, which is published by the Scottish Government. The graph uses figures for 2022. These figures for 2022 have not been provided to the examination, and we would appreciate the sight of the first opportunity. The graph in our representations shows that completions of new houses in market tenure have consistently dropped since 2007. The 2021 in 20.
My apologies, Mr. Thompson. Sorry if I can just interrupt you. You mentioned there that the graph shows data from 2022, but that you haven't seen the data that provides that information that's graphed. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
So where did the graph come from? Have you taken the graph itself from somewhere, or have you produced the graph from source data?
Yeah, good question. So the graph is from the government publication Housing Statistics for Scotland, which was published in January 2023.
So would that contain the information that you're talking about?
Not that I've seen, and certainly.
So I'm trying to understand how it's on the graph if the information wasn't available.
Yeah, well, that's the point I'm confused about as well. How's it on the graph if these figures aren't published?
You mentioned, has this data come from Scottish Government?
It has, yes.
It has, yes. Okay. It may be that when we get to once you've been able to take us through all your other pieces, then it may be that others have a view on where that may have come from. So I'm sorry, I've cut you off and taken you off your flow. So do just please take a moment to get back to where you were, and then I'll be very happy to hear your views on the matters that you were beginning to discuss before I interrupted you.
No apology needed. Thank you. Yes. So the graph shows that completions of new houses in market tenure have consistently dropped since 2007. In 2021, just over 100 new dwellings in market tenure were completed, while in 2022, the figure appears to be less than 100. In short, the evidence substantiates a significant drop-off in delivery of new homes during the delivery period 2009 to 2019, when completions should have achieved a minimum of 965 per annum. Indeed, the number of completions achieved often equated to less than half the adopted HLR. The reduced delivery of new dwellings in market tenure is considered to be attributable to a lack of supply in locations which are both attractive and sustainable. We would note that delivery of over 800 completions was achieved in 2002, although completions have dropped since. It's considered that a reduction in completions is attributable to build-out rates of sites in attractive and sustainable locations, particularly Melrose, Ganside, Innerleithen, Cardrona, Stow, Earlston and West Linton, which were built out the previous iterations of the local development plan have not been placed in the development plans adopted in 2007, 2011 and 2016. New completions have been further constrained by the extent of development contributions sought by the Council. Although significant allocations have been made in Newtown St Boswell's, which Ferguson Planning are in full support of, development of those sites have been constrained by development contributions of £18,500 per unit, despite Newtown being a settlement with house prices that are lower.
I think we're deviating somewhat from what the graph evidence is telling us about. I'm content to understand that you're identifying that there are constraints which may describe the circumstances in which the phenomena that you're describing, the drop in completions rates, that may be a component of it. But I'm unclear how I would glean the detail that you're talking about from the graph evidence.
Yeah, so essentially we think the causal factor in that case is the council's significant allocations, which we actually support the sustainable, the spatial planning context of, have been constrained by the financial context there, which translates into the graph that's included in our representations.
Okay.
Yeah, and I suppose the other point that sort of sits alongside that is that development contributions sought in more attractive settlements with higher house prices, such as Melrose, Peebles and Kelso, have been lower. So we feel that there's a bit of a sort of inverse relationship there, as it were.
Okay.
We would like to note that a difficult site at Caerleigh Mill in Innerleithen was built out.
I don't necessarily want to get into a commentary of individual sites, because what I'm trying to understand is the broad picture that is illustrated by the graphs. For instance, the council had mentioned several phenomena that it believed to explain the circumstances. Mr. Lewington took us through his commentary of those things. Do you agree or recognise the descriptions of either of them? And I realise, of course, you've mentioned the kind of, I suppose, the financial context in terms of individual sites, which I'm absolutely happy to understand. What are your views on those evidence stories that they've told? Do you agree with them? Do you disagree with them? Are there alternatives or more to say?
Well, I think the three events mentioned were the recession at the end of the noughties, Brexit, and the pandemic. In terms of the recession, I think the impact of the recession on completions is reasonably clear. Particularly in terms of that short term, first sort of 3 or 4 years after 2007, 2008. I suppose the pointed question would be recovery from 2007, 2008. I'm just looking at the graph submitted in our representations. It shows a small peak, so 2012, 2013, and a larger peak, 2015.
Yes, I see those, yeah.
And delivery has never reached the level achieved in 2015 again, which I think was about 350 dwellings in market tenure.
So I see the continued reduction that you're referring to that goes onwards.
Yeah.
So did the financials? I mean, you've mentioned financial context in terms of developer contributions. Did the recession that you're talking about? I think the council mentioned that it obviously affected home buyers. Did it also affect home builders and people with land interests and those sorts of businesses? Is that the kind of thing you're describing to me? I'm trying to understand whether.
Yeah, Tim was working on the borders first hand at that time, so I'm going to let him speak to that.
Yes, of course, yeah.
So I think obviously with regard to the recession and pandemic, I think there's an agreement that there was a drop off. And I think it did affect investment and build out for reasons that you've just mentioned. And the interest dropped from there on in. But in terms of actually. In terms of COVID, the actual interest in the borders has actually increased quite substantially as people have moved from the city. And following on from that, effectively where we've got to at the minute, as Rory was alluding to, and coming back to the graph, is that the build out of the in-demand simple locations, have been, completed as it were and haven't been replenished. We're of opinion that. Effectively, a lot of the sites that are in the local plan are potentially constrained or more peripheral areas where the house developers haven't been interested in potentially coming forward with. And obviously the link on from there is in certain areas there has been constraint for the developer to bring forward a particular site because the contributions have been too high.
So at least in your view, some of the explanation for what we're seeing in the graphs comes from is a consequence of sites, in your view?
I believe
so. Is that
a
fair explanation?
I think so. I would agree with that, sir. And obviously we would go back to the graph looking at 2002. There was 900 per annum developed there. 800 of those were private market, and 100 was the housing association. And we believe that obviously the recession and the pandemic has obviously altered and slowed matters, but obviously that we believe we can get back to that delivery assumption, as it were. But
delivery as of the 2002 levels?
Yes, well, in terms of delivering that, if they were delivered in 2002, why can they not be delivered now? The interest in the borders has increased. What we're saying is the dip in the graph, in my opinion, is because basically we haven't been allocating sites in demand areas, right, coupled with the contribution constraints on sites like Rory mentioned, for example, in New Town St. Boswell. It's and this is important. I understand we don't want to deviate from the graph, but it's it's context that we need to basically get across. That I've had numerous developers who are wanting to develop in New Town St. Boswell's and will be developing there, but the £18,000 per unit has constrained them. We've had to subsequently go in and do a viability appraisal to show that that's not viable. That's all added expense, and time delay on the developer. Some developers might be put off by that in the first instance. So
I understand the point you're making. I think in that regard, one thing that occurs to me is the council had said that obviously prior to the recession, it was, and I'm paraphrasing, the ability to buy changed, and I was just curious. Because you mentioned there that you felt it was possible to get back to 2002 levels, and I was curious as to whether you consider the ability to buy has, I don't know what the right word is, recovered or has returned to what it might have been at the time of 2002, which was the example you gave.
Yeah, well, my understanding is that the mortgage availability for people to buy is readily available, in Scotland in general and in the borders indeed. Mm-hmm. In the borders, you'll probably see that there's approximately roughly about 40% of the sites brought forward in the borders are actually windfall sites. They're not actually allocated sites. These are basically the mortgages that are available to buy. We're aware of new build properties on Melrose Gate in Gallashiels, which is Persimmon Homes. There's mortgages available for that. Self-build mortgages.
Okay. So was that so over the time period that's covered by the graph? I appreciate you're expressing a future optimism. Was that optimism apparent, if you like, during the time shown by the graph?
No, I would agree in terms of sort of during that interim period, and that's why we see differential that it wasn't the same picture. But in my opinion, and obviously we could get mortgage input to advice from an expert, but my opinion, and having gone through it myself in the self-build in the Scottish borders, I'm more than aware of banks lending on mortgages and particularly that has picked up, and the availability of that within, I would say, within the last 2 to 3 years, that has picked up substantially. Prior to that, as you're alluding to there, I think it was a bit more difficult, but I'm a bit more positive, shall we say, about the future.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. There's we were talking obviously about both future and recent past, so I understand the distinctions that you were making. You've obviously been talking me through the evidence story, and we have been, I suppose, talking about need and demand in the same breath, if you like. Are there additional points that you want to make on both of those bullets before you move on to the third one?
In terms of the evidence story in relation to need and demand, the evidence is relevant to housing need as a total of 4,561 units were delivered in the period 2009 to 21 against an HLR of 10,962 units. It's considered that the discrepancy between HLR and housing delivery, which is 8,369 units, can't be ignored and full should be addressed in the period of LDP-2. Although we retain a caveat from our previous representations that we'd be able to work with you and the council on a reduced backlog as and when those 2022 figures are published.
Yes, I realise. I mean, obviously, we're going to talk about backlog later, so I understand that you consider there to be one. In terms of, I suppose, in terms of need and demand, did you have any other comments? I'm thinking, obviously, the council has mentioned that they believe that there was an alteration to those things during the period in question. Do you share that view? Is that was that valid, or do you take a different view?
Well, of course, markets are organic, so need and demand increases and decreases all the time, every week. So yes, I suppose there would be changes in need and demand over the period. Certainly, our experience practicing in the borders in the last 2 or 3 years is that the demand for housing and new housing is very high. We've experienced a very high level of inquiries and demand generally, people asking after both opportunities for new housing and indeed consented houses and houses that are partly through build and so on.
Okay. And before we then move on to that third bullet, are there any other points you just want to cover off?
I think that's.
I mean, I have no doubt we'll be touching on a number of the issues that you've laid down markers for, just as we were going through the session throughout the agenda. I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunity to pick them up. But is there anything else in terms of the graph, in terms of its story or need and demand, you wanted to reference before you deal with that final bullet on affordable versus private?
No, I think that's it.
Fair enough. Okay. And then your views on that final point. Is there any connection between the increase in affordable house building and the drop in private completions?
So it's unknown as far as we're concerned whether there's a link. Certainly, we don't think that that they're primary driving factors, principal causal factors between the two. We'd agree with, I think that's for both the Council and Homes for Scotland, that the increase in affordable housing delivery is attributable to an increase in government funding, as well as to an extent that housing associations aren't required to pay development contributions. We note that it's possible that sites that may have been delivered by private house builders have been picked up. Some of them have been picked up by housing associations, but I'd say that'd be a secondary factor, if not a tertiary factor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody's now had the chance to hear what everyone's got to say. So what I'll do is I'll go around just one more time. I'll ask the council for any views that it wants to pick up on what everybody else has said. I'll then come to Mr. Lunton. I'll come back to Ferguson Planning, and then when we've done that, we'll check whether there's any more views before I invite the council to close on the matter. So, Ms Armstrong, over to you and your colleagues. You've heard me rehearse various things, both with yourself and with your colleague Ms Rennick, and then with Mr Lewington and with Mr Thompson and Mr Ferguson. Are there any things that you want to pick up that you've?
I think maybe just a couple of points in relation to the need and demand. I've just got a couple of general points. We are in a very different market again to where we were in 2002 and 2007 levels. The need and demand, it is considered that this has changed, and this has been reassessed through Honda 2 and Honda 3 since the dates in the graph. It should also be noted that the CES Plan 1 figures included a redistribution of the housing need and demand for Edinburgh City, and that was a portion of the need and demand for Edinburgh City was actually redistributed to Scottish Borders, and that's why we had a higher house and land requirement set out within CES Plan 1 in comparison to that Honda 1 level. We don't actually have completion levels for 2022, so I know that the Ferguson planning graph does reference affordable and market completions, but that's not information that we have, as we've not actually undertaken the 2022 audit at this point in time.
Okay.
In a rural context, I think it could be considered to be an unfair comparison that we're comparing completion levels to Edinburgh and Lothians, where there is a higher need and demand in comparison to a rural context, and it may be more comparable to compare that to another rural area similar to ourselves. Again, just touching on the fact that this is a low wage economy within the Scottish Borders, and there are still higher mortgage rates at the moment, so I just wanted to touch on that point as well. And again, I think in terms of housing need and the backlog, I think we'll address that in separate questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No problems. Mr Lewington, reflecting on what you've heard, anything you wish to add or come back to?
I think I just have 2 points. One is just to agree with the Ferguson planning, in that we've also definitely seen a urban to rural demand shift since post-lockdown. So just to reinforce that point. The only other point we would make at this stage would be to highlight why there's been such a decline in completions. The council have mentioned market factors, almost definitely are a factor. So it's hard to believe that they're the sole reason for the decline. In other areas have not seen a similar level in the drop-off, although we would concede these are different types of local authority areas with different market pressures. Our view would be that there must be other factors as well. It's probable that the collapse in the SME market post-global financial crisis will have had an impact. Anecdotally, at least, it always appears that rural local authorities rely to a greater extent on the SME builders to deliver a greater proportion of their homes. So I would suspect that has had an impact. And we also do need to consider whether the sites that have been allocated have had an impact. So I think that's all I would say at this point.
Thank you very much. And back to Ferguson planning. Obviously, you've had the chance to hear everybody's second remarks there. Did you want to add anything?
Yes. So, what council say on the 2022 data, we acknowledge that. We would ask for that data for the graph has come from. It's a bit of an anomaly as far as we can see it, if the council don't have these figures. In terms of more generally, we think that the lack of delivery not keeping pace with housing land requirement in the period 2009 to 2021 is attributable in a large extent to the availability of allocated land in sustainable and attractive locations. We are of the view that in agreement with Homes for Scotland, that there's actually strong demand for housing land in the borders from small and medium enterprises, house builders, including Crawford's, Rural Masons and Whiteburn in particular, have an active demand for development land. We would note that actually not in agreement with the council, that we think the impact of COVID is actually borne out mainly in the figures for 2020, 21 and 22. Certainly we've seen a very high level of applications in the borders and actually more generally across Scotland in the last 2 or 3 years. So we don't think that the upstream supply is constrained. We do think the downstream supply, work being done on site, is constrained for obvious reasons, lockdown and so on and so forth. So we don't expect to see an impact for COVID in the housing completion figures from 2023 onwards. And lastly, we just recap our point about the level of development contributions being a constraint on the delivery of housing in the area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll just return to the council then. Do you want to say any closing remarks on this before we finish this item and take a break?
Hi, can you hear me okay? Yes.
You're a little bit quiet.
Oh, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can, yes.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I've just got a few closing remarks. Just a couple of points further to what we've already said. And I think one point to make here is that, yeah, in a rural context, following the financial crash, I would agree that a number of small SMEs local to the borders have ceased trading. Therefore, this has impacted upon the delivery within the Scottish borders in recent years. Another couple of points that I would just like to touch on is that recently, I think it's the lack of development has also been impacted upon as a result of viability, and this links back to the cost of building materials and things like that as well. So I think it's just worth noting that point, and also that national house builders, we do not have a lot of developer interest from the national house builders at the moment, and they have advised us that this is down to viability and market conditions. It is not due to the lack of available land within our land supply. It's purely market conditions and the actual costs and the viability of developing it in the borders. And I think that's just a few points I wanted to make further to the points we've already made for question 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, time is, by my clock, 10:59. So let's just take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 11:05, please. Can everybody hear me? Good stuff. We'll just let everyone switch their cameras back on. Just waiting on a couple.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. And I think Ms. Rennick's camera's off. Oh, there we go. Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're getting just a little bit of feedback. Perhaps if Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Thompson can just turn their mic off, that might help. Lovely, thank you. Okay, thank you very much for that. Right, we'll move on to item 2 now. I think it's probably helpful to split items 2A and B. So if we'll do A first, and I'll read it for everyone's benefit in just a moment, because I think that focuses on documentation and the council's position, and then I think it will give us an opportunity to discuss those matters, and then we'll move on to the second section, which covers some of the information relating to the position of Ferguson Planning's clients and Homes for Scotland. So I'll read 2A first. So what relevance, if any, do the documents listed below have for determining how much housing land should be planned for? Given there is no longer a requirement to demonstrate consistency with the Strategic Development Plan, SES Plan 1 2013 CD001, what, if any, relevance can SES Plan 1 and its supplementary guidance have on the Local Development Plan housing land requirement, HLR? In the absence of that strategic context, which of the following should the Council rely on in establishing how much housing land to plan for and why? We've listed the proposed SES Plan 2016 CD005, bearing in mind this was never approved, as a number of organisations have advised. National Planning Framework 4 2023 and its minimum all tenure housing land requirement, or MATLA or MATLA, depending on how you like to pronounce it, CD218, originally titled the revised draft. And the Council's further information request response seeks a 10-year local housing land requirement that matches the 4,800 MATLA in MPF 4 Annex E. Is this an appropriate and up-to-date basis for the LDP LHLR? If not, how should the MATLA be translated to the local development plan? What would be the maximum minimum assumptions for LHR, given the Council's assertion that the MATLA is 30% in excess of what is stated in the Housing Need and Demand Assessment 3, HNDA 3? And finally, how should HNDA 1/2011, that's now been submitted as CD225, HNDA 2015 CD004, HNDA 3 2022, which is CD217, and there's multiple files there. And how do they relate to the MPF4 MATLA? Quite a lot to run through. So I'll begin with the Council, please. If you can take us through your views on the documents and your position. It's probably handy just to go through it in the order that's there. I think that's probably the easiest way to take it. I appreciate you might want to kind of, there might be bits that are covered by one of them that you might need to reference in another one, but please go ahead. Over to you.
Would you like me just to do the response to 2A? I can take you through the SES Plan 1 context. Yeah, I'll start with just so
if you take me through in the order it's presented, that's the easiest thing. Thank you.
That's great. In respect of SES Plan 1 and its associated supplementary guidance, it's not considered that they have any relevance in setting the house and land requirement for the LDP going forward. It's noted that SPP and SDPs have now been superseded by MPF4, and as a result, it is considered that the plan must be updated to take into consideration MPF4 and in particular Annex E, which sets out the MATLA figures. The Council would also like to make the following comments regarding SES Plan 1 housing land requirement figure. The Council notes that the house and land requirement figures set out within SES Plan 1 were informed by Honda 1, which was considered robust and credible 12 years ago in June 2011 and used household projections from 2006. It is not considered appropriate that future LDPs should use such out-of-date evidence, given that further 2 Hondas have actually been considered robust and credible since. Furthermore, the economic situation, which we've touched upon in question 1, was very different when the Honda One was undertaken, and household projections from 2006 would not take into consideration factors such as a financial crash impacts. In respect of time periods, CES Plan 1 only accounted for the periods...
Your mic cut out a couple of times there. I heard 2006 projections, and you were talking about, I'd got that there'd been 2 more robust and credible HNDAs after HNDA 1. I think you said that HNDA 1 had used 2006 household projections, and that you felt that those projections did not take into account, and I think that's where I lost you.
Okay, no, that's okay. What I'll do is I'll just clarify that. I'll take you back to that second point that I was going to make. The Council notes that the house and land requirements set out within CES Plan 1 were informed by Honda 1, which was considered robust and credible 12 years ago in June 2011 and used household projections from 2006. It is not considered appropriate that future LDPs should use such out-of-date evidence, given that 2 further Hondas have been considered robust and credible since, which have effectively reassessed the need and demand of the Scottish borders. Furthermore, the economic situation was very different when Honda 1 was undertaken, and the household projections from 2006 do not take into consideration factors that have happened since that period, such as a financial crash and changes in the needs and demands of the area. In respect of time periods, CES Plan 1 only accounted for the periods 2009 to 2019 and then 2019 to 2024. There were no house and land requirements set out beyond these periods. The Council would also like to note that the CES Plan 1 house and land requirement for the Scottish borders was significantly higher than the Honda 1 figure for the area, as set out in Table 2 within Appendix 2 of the adopted LDP. The reason being that a proportion of the need and demand for Edinburgh City was redistributed to the Scottish borders area when informing the house and land requirement. So that is why we're in a situation in our adopted LDP where the house and land requirement for the Scottish borders is significantly higher than that figure contained with Honda 1, and that's what's set out in Table 2, and that is a result of that redistributed need and demand for the Edinburgh area. I think that answers our point for question 2A, but I'll take you through the second question. In the absence of any strategic context, how should we rely on establishing the house and land going forward?
I'm
is that okay?
I'm happy for you to do that, and if you can pick up the kind of 2 bullets that talk about, I realise you've mentioned you favour MPF4. You may consider that you've dealt with those already, but I'd just like to hear as well those 2 bullets under the MPF4 bit on the agenda, please, as well.
Yeah, no problem. I think, as outlined within the Council's responses to the further information requests, it is acknowledged that the proposed plan was prepared prior to the adoption of MPF4 and took into consideration SEP, SDP and Honda 2. In the absence of any strategic context now, it's considered that the Council must take into consideration MPF4, specifically the Matlar figures set out within Annex C, in establishing how much housing land to plan for moving forward. The Council reaffirms that a figure of 4,800 is considered to be appropriate and an up-to-date basis for the LDP local housing land requirement. It's noted that the Matlar can be revised upward as LDPs are prepared where evidence justifies this. However, the Council consider that MPF4 has been recently adopted and the evidence base, which includes Honda 3, was recently considered to be robust and credible in July 2022. Therefore, it is considered that an annual house and land requirement of 480 units per annum would be acceptable for the Scottish Borders LDP. And given that the evidence base is so up to date, I don't think it's considered that there's any new evidence to justify an increase above the Matlar at this point in time. The Council also notes that in using the Matlar figure of 480 units per annum, this is actually an increase to the figure of 383 units set out within the proposed plan. So we are actually proposing to increase the annual house and land requirement by just under 100 units in comparison to what's already set out in the proposed plan. And it's considered that this up-to-date figure does take into consideration Honda 3 as the most up-to-date evidence base.
Oh, you've gone off again. I got you to the proposed plan would result in the adoption of 480 a year that you're proposing would increase by 100 units a year over and above the proposed plan, or approximately 100 units. I had you to there, and then you went quiet.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what's happening with connection here.
It may just be a connection issue, or perhaps there's a loose mic or something like that. Anyway, keep going. If we can just work through it if it cuts out again.
It's considered that the updated figure takes into consideration Honda 3 is the most up-to-date evidence base, MPF4, and reinforces the Council's ambition for growth in the economy within the south of Scotland. I don't think the Council would have any more comments on this matter. However, I would refer you back to our previous FIR responses, where I think this is set out in more detail. And I think that's everything that we would wish to comment on in respect of question 2A.
That's fine. Just on obviously talking about the numbers, I'd specifically ask about the maximum minimum assumptions. So you had said you didn't think there was a need to increase above MATLA. What is, in your view, the maximum or the minimum, or both? What is your view on the maximum? What can be the maximum or the minimum local housing land requirement?
To be honest, if we're taking into consideration MPF4 and the MATLA that's set out in Annex E, I don't consider that we would have any justifiable evidence base to increase that above the 4,800. And I know that that's what's set out in Policy 16 MPF4, but I think that any increase above the MATLA has to be justifiable by an up-to-date, robust evidence base. And I think our most up-to-date evidence base is the Honda 3. And I think this is part of the next question about what the Honda 3 is. So I won't go into that. Sorry.
Okay, so can I take it then that the justification in your view for it not being higher than the 4,800 or the 480 per year as you referenced is the fact that it's already 30% in excess of what HNDA 3 states?
Exactly,
is that a fair understanding of what you're talking about?
I think that would be fair, yes. We're building upon what the Honda figure was. We're then adding on existing need. We're then taking into consideration an additional 30% flexibility as well, which is in excess of what's actually set out within the proposed plan and the Honda 3. So we consider that 4,800 would be an acceptable, still an ambitious figure for Scottish Borders moving forward, but an acceptable figure, yes.
Okay, thank you. So is that all you wanted to say before I move on to the other parties?
Yes, yep. That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'll now invite Mr. Lewington then for Homes for Scotland. You've heard the council just go through its position on the matters covered in Part A. It's probably helpful if you can outline for me any bits that you, I suppose, that you disagree with or you wish to add to. It's helpful if you can point out those bits that you if you agree with any of those points, and then you can make the specific points that you wish to make. So over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go document by document if that's okay.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So CES Plan 1. In our view, this is the only available SDP. The SDP context was still applicable to the formation of an LDP throughout every previous consultative phase of this plan, and was the only possible basis for the proposed plan's housing land requirement figures. It's the SDP the LDP should have been prepared against, and I'll move on to talking about CES Plan 2 in some detail later, but in our view, that never had any bearing on the preparation of the plan and never had a formal status. The Scottish Government recently confirmed that proposed plans that had reached a certain point in their preparation by a certain time could proceed under the old system. This proposed plan reached that point within given timescales. It is accepted that there's no longer a requirement to demonstrate consistency with any SDP, and we fully agree that this does confuse matters somewhat. However, our view is that CES Plan 1 must be at least a significant material consideration here, that CES Plan 1 and its associated supplementary guidance, that is. It is previously adopted policy, only recently superseded, and was of significant relevance to Scottish borders for over a decade until 8 weeks ago. Shall I just go on to CES Plan 2?
Yes, please. Yeah, if you want to take me through those points, and then if there's questions at the end, then I'll pick those up then.
So, already touched on it, but CES Plan 2 was rejected, and it's worth noting that following the rejection of CES Plan 2, the then Minister for Local Government, Housing and Planning indicated that the constituent local authorities should prepare LDPs that are consistent with CES Plan 1. That letter is included as attachment 1 of our proposed plan representation. I can move on to National Planning Framework 4. Whether the MATLA is capable of underpinning a new housing land requirement or local housing land requirement is at best unclear. There's no guidance that we're aware of that would help to spell out how you set out this process. As a result, our preference would be to use CES Plan 1 as the base. I mean, obviously, notwithstanding this, it is accepted that we need to consider NPF 4 here, although the extent of its relevance and even its capacity to be transferred into a housing land requirement or local housing requirement figure is unclear. However, it's difficult to understand why, despite the repeated position and confirmation from the Scottish Government and references to in NPF 4, i.e. that the MATLA is a minimum figure, it's difficult to understand why a local requirement figure would not seek to exceed this. And I completely understand the point the council are making in terms of having a lack of evidence that would allow them to raise the local housing land requirement figure above the MATLA. Despite this clearly being required, this just underlines further the difficulties that there are in translating a MATLA to a local housing land requirement figure at this stage. I can go on to the bullet point talking about Honda 3. Our position is that Honda 3 is not relevant in setting the housing land requirement at this time for the reasons set out in our responses to FIR 022. And I can address this later in discussing the Hondas more generally in the next bullet point. But turning to the MATLA itself, as I previously stated, utilizing a MATLA figure in this manner is difficult and, as yet, entirely untested in this context. It strikes me that a MATLA would be one factor to be considered by the council when it prepares its next fully NPF4 compliant LDP. Other factors would include regional spatial strategies, evidence reports. And these factors would undoubtedly have a bearing on the setting of the local housing land requirement at that time. Moving to how should the 3 Hondas apply? Our view on Honda 1 is that this is the only option, which is slightly unfortunate given the time that has elapsed since it became robust and credible. This is the only Honda that was converted into a housing land requirement in an adopted regional strategy. Ministers signed off CES Plan 1 and its associated supplementary guidance, and therefore the figures. Honda 2 was never underpinned at any level by adopted housing land requirement figures. And as I'd set out before, Honda 3 is not applicable here. as it was not available during previous consultative phases of this plan. Additionally, the Scottish Government Honda Practitioners Guide 2020, and thank you to the Council for uploading this to the examination, it's document CD227. This confirms that a Honda equates to a housing estimate, not a housing requirement. There are several important stages that require to be navigated to reach the latter position that don't appear to have happened here. For example, consultation stages, engagement with the housing market partnership. I think that's everything on those points.
Okay, thank you for that. I've just got a few queries.
Yeah.
You mentioned, I think you repeated it here, but you mentioned it in your most recent submission. You mentioned that CES Plan 1, correct me if this is wrong, is or should be a significant material consideration.
Yes. Yes.
Can you talk me through what is material about it and why that is significant? I'm just trying to understand where that comes from. I realise you touched on some of that. You mentioned, I think, in some of your earlier stuff that you accepted that CES Plan 1 is no longer part of the development plan. And I'm just interested if there's something else you can refer me to that helps explain the position about the materiality as you see it.
Yes, as you've confirmed, the SDPs are no longer part of the development plan. Our submissions do note that, and we do accept that their relevance is less than it was in January of this year. CES Plan 1 was the only obvious framework for the data which would have informed a housing NEM requirement when this plan was being prepared. To disregard it at this stage entirely creates a very confusing position in terms of essentially airdropping in new information post consultative phases in the plan.
So that your position on that matter is in relation to, is it purely in relation to the consultative elements that you described for me just there? Is that what you want me to focus on to understand that point?
Primarily.
Sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Primarily. Yes.
Okay, so there were, and I think you talked about HNDA 1 therefore being the only basis. I mean, you heard the council's points. It talked about HNDA 1 being based on 2006 household projections and originating at a time when the points I suppose we were rehearsing under item 1 seemed to acknowledge that there was a market change at a date sometime after 2006. How ought I to reconcile those considerations in recognizing some of the recognizing the points that you're wanting me to conclude?
Those are all very valid points. There's been a significant amount of time that's elapsed since Honda 1 achieved robust and credible status. However, it's the most recent Honda that's been converted into a adopted set of figures that contain a housing land requirement. So that's the reason for our utilisation.
Sorry, okay.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned HNDA 3. So is it incorrect that HNDA 3 was used to inform MPF 4?
HNDA 3 was confirmed as robust and credible after, and council can correct me if I'm wrong, but after the council submitted their information to inform the MATLA, I believe.
Okay. And in your view, you touched on the council's view that it didn't it was taking it proposes the amount of 4,800 to be a local housing land requirement. Excuse me. And I'd asked the council about what the minimum and maximum were, and I'll ask you the same question. My apologies if you did touch on that. I didn't catch it. What, in your view, is the minimum then that a local housing land requirement can be, and the maximum that it can be?
The minimum that it could be is to exceed the MATLA in some way.
Okay.
But there's no maximum.
There's no
as far
maximum.
as I'm aware of that it would be.
So in your view, because I think in your written material you were critical of the council's approach of not exceeding the MATLA, is that a fair understanding of Homes for Scotland's position?
Yes, I think that's a consistent message that has been put forward by Scottish Government, that the MATLA, I mean the M is minimum in MATLA.
Yes.
It is NPF4 states, policy 16, that the local housing land requirement is expected to exceed the MATLA.
So it's to be bigger than the MATLA then.
Yes, so on the back of that wording, it's confusing to understand why the first LDP that's being examined in a post-NPF4 world doesn't seek to exceed the MATLA figure.
So what would be the lowest number the MATLA could be applying the approach that you've just described to me?
I think that would need to be informed by a more robust process. But
assuming, let's just because it talks in NPF4, doesn't it, about the figure in Annex E, and the council has said it wants to go with the figure in Annex E, and you have been critical of that for not exceeding MATLA. So is it fair to say that the 4,800 that the council proposes is equal to the MATLA rather than exceeding it? Is that
yes?
Is that a fair kind of conclusion for me to draw? So, and by your understanding, is there any description of how the local housing land requirement should be determined? Is there any instruction or calculation to determine what?
I'm not aware of any, at least prior to the publication of the LDP guidance, which is expected next month.
Okay, and you said to me that there's no maximum. So does that mean then that the local housing land requirement, that by what you've just said, in order for it to be larger than the MATLA, that could be any number that exceeds it?
Yes.
Okay. But there's no particular number that you, accepting that we're going to get onto your own position in the next item, there was no particular, you were pointing out to me that is so. Is that a fair?
Yes, that's fair.
A fair recognition of what you were telling me, but you weren't identifying a specific number. You were pointing out that it was equal to rather than exceeding. Is that
yes.
a fair understanding? Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying those points. Were there any other matters that you wanted to cover under those? Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Right, that's fine. I'll move on to Ferguson Planning then. If you can do the same thing, please. If you can just take us through the documents that you've got views on, and again, as was the case for Homes for Scotland, if there's things that you've heard that you already agree with, then it's satisfactory just to say that you agree with them, and obviously pick up on the things that you want to add or that you want to dispute. So over to you.
Yeah, okay, good. So we agree with the Council and Homes for Scotland that Says Plan 1 and supplementary guidance were previously adopted policy and associated guidance. We consider that this is more significant than either proposed or previously proposed policy or guidance, including Says Plan 2, which we've already established wasn't adopted. We do consider that previously adopted policy represents material consideration. The weight to be given to that consideration is a matter for the decision maker, clearly. In this case, we consider that significant weight should be given to the policy and guidance of Says Plan 1. Says Plan 1 sets out a long-term vision and targets that provided a framework for local plan policy and development to operate within. That framework was germane to the South East Scotland City region, including the borders for almost 10 years between June 2013 and February 2023. Therefore, the Planning Authority are not unfamiliar with the framework or the climate that it shaped. We agree that an absence of strategic context currently exists. It's considered that substantial weight should be given to the previous strategic development plan in absence of the present appropriate framework. We don't think that any weight should be given to CES Plan 2 or indeed its supplementary guidance. The proposed strategic development plan, CES Plan 2, was refused by the government, instructed the SDA not to adopt, and a new proposed strategic development plan was not prepared. National Planning Framework 4 is clearly adopted now and a material consideration in the preparation of new DPDs and obviously the determination of planning applications. The minimum all-tenure housing land requirement has obviously set a minimum housing land requirement for the borders and indeed the whole country. We consider that the MATLAR is the starting point for setting local housing land requirement. We consider that the word minimum has been chosen deliberately to denote the government's expectation that LHLR will be greater than MATLAR in many and perhaps even most local authority areas. It's considered that a blended approach should be adopted, drawing on both MATLAR set in NPF4 and the adopted text and supplementary guidance of CES Plan 1. This would allow for the minimum requirements set by NPF4 to be redeemed, while also addressing under-delivery over the last decade to avoid the worst consequences of undersupply from affecting the housing market in the borders.
Okay, thank you for that. Just a couple of queries. You had mentioned that obviously NPF4 has been adopted. I suppose I asked Homes for Scotland this question as well. NPF4 has been adopted and CES Plan 1 is no longer part of the development plan. What credence should I give to CES Plan 1 and its supplementary guidance? And could you just elaborate a bit on your reasoning for that, please?
Yeah, so although CES Plan 1 isn't, or although it has been superseded by NPF4, it has shaped the planning policy climate for the borders and the rest of South East Scotland City region for the last 10 years. It's the climate which, up until now, this is the watershed that every local planning policy document and indeed guidance document has been prepared. So it is germane to the context. We don't see how that context could be set aside in its entirety, given the scale of the undelivered housing land requirement that remains to be redeemed. Now, we do accept the MATLAR set by NPF4, but we're also mindful of the word minimum, from which obviously the end comes. And we consider that denotes an expectation that councils will plan proactively to set a higher LHLR.
Okay, and you touched on, I think, my next area of query, which I've asked the other two parties this, and I'd written in what is the maximum and the minimum. Homes for Scotland said the maximum could be anything. There is no maximum. Is that a view you share?
Essentially, yes. We, in terms of looking for a methodology to come around a maximum, we are mindful of the logic that would support the undelivered backlog plus MATLAR if you wanted to start looking at a maximum figure. That number I've got in front of me is 13.
I appreciate you've got a number. It was the theory that I was interested in, because we are going to discuss the number in just a moment. So if you can kind of keep your powder dry on that one until 2B, because I know that is a matter that you'll have some things to say about, and we will cover that there. But your approach, at least, you seem to be saying to me, would be the consideration of that matter, however it's quantified, and that would inform, in your view, what the maximum should be. Is that a fair understanding of what you were telling me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of the lowest number it could be, or the minimum, what do you think that is?
Well, we don't think there's any scope for discretion there. Sorry to repeat myself, but NPF 4 establishes the concept of minimum all-tenure housing land requirement. So in our view, NPF 4 has established the minimum is 4,800.
Okay. So Mr. Lewington was saying that the local housing land requirement needs to exceed the MATLA. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay.
The LHR would have to be higher than that.
So
yes.
In order to exceed it, I think both you and Mr. Lewington are saying there is no maximum, and I'm asking you, I suppose, what is the minimum then it could exceed it by?
In terms. The minimum well, certainly our position is that LHLR should be set at 8,000.
Yes, sorry, I wasn't asking you. I appreciate, because we will come on to the detail about that. I suppose more a theoretical question. If there's no maximum, is there a lowest level that can be, and did you have a view on what that was?
Yeah, 8,000.
Okay.
Yes,
that's the minimum. Okay.
Yeah, basically, we will come on to it when we come on to the discussion, but the minimum is the 8,000, which is obviously looking at the NPF position plus on the.
I understand, and you explained to me a moment ago that came from MATLA plus a backlog consideration, which we'll get into the detail on next. But I appreciate that. Right, I understand where you're coming from. I think
that's so, that would be the minimum.
Right, I understand. Okay. Were there any other points you wanted to make on the list of documents before I return to the council and we go around again?
Only that we note section 4.3 of Honda 3 states that it hasn't considered backlog anywhere other than Midlothian.
Anywhere other than what, sorry?
Midlothian.
Okay.
Midlothian.
Midlothian, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. If you've got no other points, then we'll move on to the council. Ms. Armstrong, I assume it's back to you. You've obviously
Yes.
heard the conversations that I've had with all of you, and I wonder if you want to respond to any of the points that you've heard.
Yes.
In particular, if you can, the allegation that's made that the 4,800 that you are talking about for the local housing land requirement doesn't exceed the MATLA in the view of the other two parties.
What I'll do is I think I'll just start off with that point because it's quite fresh in the head after that discussion. I think going back to NPF4, the wording specifically says expected, so we do not have a requirement to increase the figure beyond the MATLA set out within Annex E of 4,800 if there is no evidence base, and I think that's a key point that we need to take from that. This was also, I believe, set out in the development plan regulations, so we expect that to be set out within the forthcoming regulations in springtime. Just touching on I think the purpose of having that wording minimum figure within MPF4 allows for the reassessment of the local house and land requirement through the plan process. And I think that's especially relevant where we're talking about a plan perhaps where it gives the opportunity, to reassess that as part of, say, an evidence report, a gate check proposed plan, where there is that new evidence to be taken into consideration at that point in time. And I think that's key. It's allowing that if you have maybe a Honda and then you go to your evidence, you set out your position in your evidence report. When you get to that gate check or that proposed plan, if there is new evidence on the need and demand, that can at that point be taken into consideration, and at that point in time, it allows the adjustment upwards from that matter. So I think the wording allows for that to be taken into consideration, but I think bringing it back to the case that we're talking about just now, given the fact that the Honda 3 is robust and credible in July 2020, it's the most up-to-date evidence base that we have to inform our plan, and that MPF4 was recently adopted this year. I think that we have a sound evidence base for the figures that are set out within Annex E, and I don't think there is any further robust evidence to actually be sound and justifiable to up that Matler figure for moving forward. What I would say as well is I've actually got some points on the Honda 3, which I can maybe just run through with you as well.
Okay, let's hear them.
2 seconds. I'm just getting some echo in 2 seconds. Hang on.
Okay, it's not something I'm picking up at my end, so.
Sorry, I think it was at our end. It's okay. It's okay, now. It was echoing through the other microphone. Sorry.
Right, okay.
What I'll do is, if I can just run through a couple of points just in relation to the Honda 3. I think the council would refer back to the FIR responses dated the 9th and the 23rd of March as well, which set out detailed answers in respect of the Honda considerations. However, I would like to offer the following comments as well. Firstly, it is considered that the Honda 3 should be taken into account when setting any house and land requirement, as it is the most up-to-date evidence base, as we have discussed, for the housing needs and demands of the Scottish Borders, and was signed off as robust and credible in July 2020. Just touching on the previous Hondas, Honda 1 was considered robust and credible in June 2011 and Honda 2 in March 2015. And it is not considered that these reflect the most up-to-date position in terms of the housing needs and demands of the area moving forward. For clarification, it's also not considered that appropriate to be using out-of-date Honda 1 or Honda 2 as the evidence base to inform house and land requirements of future plans. I'm just going to take a quote from the Honda Guidance 2020, which has been submitted as core document 227, and that clearly states that as the purpose of a Honda is to provide an evidence base to inform the local housing strategy and the development plan, there should be a clear read across all 3 documents. It should be noted that the Council's Housing Strategy team have recently prepared the draft local housing strategy, which has used Honda 3 as the evidence base informing the affordable housing supply target for the Scottish Borders. It would not be considered that it would be best practice to have an inconsistent approach using different Hondas as an evidence base. Both the LHS and LDP should be streamlined with the most recent Honda evidence to ensure a consistent approach to the delivery for housing for the duration of both the LHS and LDP. Using Honda 3 as the evidence base would ensure this consistent approach for the Scottish Borders. We can provide further information on the local housing strategy and when that is likely to be subject to consultation. Lindsay can give an update if that's requested. In response to
that's probably okay just now. Sorry,
is that okay? No, it's okay. Sorry. In response to the second part of the question regarding how the Honda relates to the Matler figure set out in MPF4, it is noted that the Scottish Government's response to the FIR confirms that the Matler does take account of Honda 3. This is also set out within the Housing Land Requirement Explanatory Report Addendum, which has also been submitted as core document 224. I would also like to point out that in terms of actually how the Matler was established, the Council responded to the Scottish Government in respect of establishing the Matler figure, which is now set out within the adopted MPF4. It should also be noted that the Honda 3 strong growth scenario set out the highest need and demand figure for the Scottish Borders at 191 units per annum, which totalled 3,825 units over a 20-year period. This is a scenario that has been used as the evidence base for the LHS. The process of forming the MATLR is explained and set out in more detail within the House and Land Requirement Explanatory Report Core Document 223, and this clearly explains how Honda 3 was taken into consideration in forming the MATLR figure. The council responded to the consultation from the Scottish Government on the initial default estimate of 1,750 units, which equated to 175 units per annum, and this includes the 30% flexibility. However, at that point in time, we do acknowledge that we did not consider that this took account of ask completion rates or the numerous policy drivers, and we did consider that figure to be slightly low if we wanted to attract people to live and work within the region. Therefore, in terms of to help boost the economy and meet the growth that we would like, we actually put forward a case to adjust and increase the initial default estimate to be more realistic. So in essence, what we actually done through that consultation is we adjusted the MATLR figure in consultation with the Scottish Government from that initial default to the figure which is now set out within the adopted MPF4 of 4,800 units over the 10-year period. Notably, I just wanted to say that this is 305 units per annum greater than the initial default estimate and 289 units per annum higher than the strongest growth scenario set out in Honda 3. Therefore, I think...
What was the second number there, sorry?
The second number is 289 units per annum higher than the strong growth scenario set out in Honda 3. Therefore, the Council does consider that Honda 3 should be used as the evidence base and that this has been taken into consideration in the MATLR set out within MPF4, but also this would ensure that there's a consistent approach with the figures set out within the LHS and the LDP. I think there was one more thing that I wanted to touch upon, and it's a quote from the Chief Planner letter from February 2023, and it's where it states that LDPs within SDP areas will no longer be required to be consistent with the SDP. For proposed LDPs prepared prior to the adoption and publication of MPF4, it may be that there are opportunities to reconcile identified inconsistencies with MPF4 through the examination process. However, there are clear limitations to this. The scope of an examination is limited to issues raised in representations, and the process must remain proportionate and fair. And I think that is where we are. I think here we have this opportunity to reconcile these differences, take into consideration MPF4, and that it must remain the proportionate and fair. So I just thought I would just quote that, because I think maybe some of the discussions earlier, maybe I think there was maybe a couple of misquotes. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of facts there. But I think that is everything that we've got to add further to the comments.
Yes, I was particularly interested to know what your response was to the points made by both Homes for Scotland and Ferguson Planning regarding CES Plan 1, and I think the points both of them made about it having been extant for a large part of the consultation phase or phases that occurred for this proposed plan. Is the point you've just made for me, is that your response to that, or are there other things that you need to do? Have I asked you a question you haven't answered yet?
Sorry, could you just clarify that question?
Yes,
again?
Sorry.
That's okay.
The point being made by the other parties seemed to be that CES Plan 1 ought to be used or form part of these judgments because it had been around and extant during the period of consultation on the proposed plan and those that preceded that. You've just told me about the Chief Planner's letter. Is it your view that the elements of the Chief Plan, do they reconcile that matter?
Yeah, I think that allows the opportunity to take on board the MPF4 figures, and also that the CES Plan 1 figure was not part of the proposed plan either. We actually had based on CES Plan 2, obviously, but I don't consider that is now an appropriate either what we had set out in the proposed plan. But I do think that Chief Planner's letter from February 23 does state that yes, there is a process to take into consideration the MPF4 through the examination process, and as long as it remains proportionate and fair, and I think that is acceptable in this instance.
Okay, and just to go back to the point, I mean, you did touch on again why your recommendation to me is to make the local housing land requirement the same as the MATLA. And you heard me discussing with both Mr. Lewington and with Ferguson Planning the point, and I think that they took the view or agreed that I'd accurately summarised the position that what you're proposing is not greater than MATLA. You are proposing MATLA as the local housing land requirement. You are not proposing to exceed it, as I think you used the word expected, and I'm just looking at PF4 now. It says the local housing land requirement is expected to exceed the MATLA. So do you share their view that what you're putting to me doesn't exceed the MATLA?
Yeah, that's correct. We're proposing that it should be the MATLA, and I do acknowledge that is the word expected there. However, also acknowledge that it's not the word we have to, and I think the word in there it allows the mechanism for up-to-date evidence to be taken into consideration through that plan process should there be more up-to-date evidence at that point in time. So that could be where something's maybe there's new housing and need and demand evidence from, for example, a gate check process to a proposed plan. But I think in this instance, because our Honda 3 and is so robust, is so up to date, I don't think certainly we have any justifiable evidence to actually back up actually increasing that. I couldn't sit here confidently and say, here's my evidence to actually increase that MATLA from 4,800. That picture may be different in the future if we had further evidence at that point in time moving forward. But now, I don't think we have that evidence to justify an increase.
And did you agree with their position that, in theory at least, there is no maximum? I think both of them talked through things you might want to consider, but
I wouldn't agree. There's no maximum house and land requirement.
There is no constraint on how large it can be. Is there no constraint on how large it can be?
I think the maximum figure must take into consideration the evidence base, and I would say that we would consider 4,800 to be a maximum figure. Okay. That's our stance.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we'll just go around again. We'll speak to Mr. Lewington and then to Ferguson Planning, and then afterwards, assuming we don't need to go around again, I'll ask the council to close. So, Mr. Lewington, over to you for Homes for Scotland, please.
Thank you. I think I just have 4 points. Firstly, just to note the uncharted territory we're all in here in terms of transferring a MATLA into a housing land requirement or local housing land requirement. And I'm not aware of any guidance that would help us to do that. The second point being Honda 3, as we previously stated, transferring a Honda figure to a housing land requirement figure requires certain steps to be undertaken that have not been undertaken in this instance. Point 3, as we previously noted, it's not the Honda base that's as relevant here. We'd consider the CES Plan 1 HLR figure to be more relevant given our position that CES Plan 1 is material in this instance. And the fourth point is that we don't actually have a problem with the Scottish Borders MATLA figure. It's rather how that is transferred into a higher HLR or LHLR figure that we're confused by.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Is that all the points you wish to make?
Yes.
You want to come back on that? Okay, thank you. And Ferguson Planning, please.
Yeah. So we note the the discussion on the role of the word expected in relation to MATLA. We would just reiterate our point. The word minimum is included in the acronym MATLA, and we consider that to be the operative fact in that case. Just would like to recap the context. The Midlothian was the only council that had backlog considered in Honda 3. I don't know whether there was a general presumption that Honda 3 wouldn't consider backlog and Midlothian directed otherwise, or whether it was the other way around, but one way or another, that's the destination we've arrived at. That the backlog is only considered Midlothian. As a result of that sort of position, that Honda 3 has considered backlog, and that the backlog stands to be considered in this examination. And just finally, that we don't accept that the underlying demand, which informed CES Plan 1, has disappeared, been satisfied, or indeed been extinguished within a still extent in the borders.
Thank you for that. Were there any other, does that conclude that? Were there any other points you wanted to make?
No, that's us.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. Okay, I'll return to the council, and if you want to make any closing remarks.
Yeah, I think, could I just ask my colleague Lindsay Rennick to make a couple of comments, and we just like to make a response to Ferguson Planning in relation to the backlog reference. The backlog reference to the Honda guidance, yeah, and okay. I think we just want to clarify that, because I think there might be a difference in terminology, that we're getting mixed up with what's classed as a backlog in terms of a house and land requirement from CES Plan.
Do you want to make that point, and I'll invite Ferguson Plan to come back afterwards, because I think they need to have the chance to comment on it. So, no Ms. Rennick, if you want to make that point in a moment, and then we'll invite Ferguson Plan to come back when they've had a chance to consider what you said, and then we'll return to you to close. Ms. Rennick, over to you.
Yeah, so it's really just to say, when we talk about backlog, we're talking about the existing need figure, and that is based on homelessness cases. It's based on supported new households arising from support specialist housing, and looking at concealed and overcrowded housing. In terms of the Midlothian figure, we ran a different scenario, because they wanted to look at that existing need figure and clearing it over 10 years in some instances, whereas other local authorities had put 5 years. But as I say, when we talk about backlog need, it's in terms of existing housing need. It's not in terms of other forms of backlog. So it's just to clarify that matter.
And so are you saying, is there a backlog figure of the nature you've described? I think you mentioned the term existing need. Is there such a figure for Scottish Borders, in your view, in HNDA 3? And if there is, where would I find that?
Yes. So the existing need figure comes from the tool, the Honda tool, but for all local authorities, we decided to change the backlog figure, which made it higher. So I think, for instance, in the Scottish Borders, it was around about 100, and using local data, we put forward a methodology, and other local authorities under CES Plan did as well, and we came at 373, and that was used in the MATLA as well. Okay. But the existing need figure it's not, when we talk about backlog, we're not looking at previous Hondas. We're looking at when we talk about backlog in the Honda, we're talking about the existing need figure. The terms kind of interchangeable.
And is there a part of HNDA 3 where I could see that presented?
Yes.
Where is that?
It's 4.3 in the Honda.
4.3, is that a paragraph or is that a table?
So it's section 4 of the Honda, which is page LDP-140 onwards talks about the existing need and how there is a calculation in the tool, but we adjusted that, and we give explanation and reason as to why we changed it and what data we used.
Okay. Right. Okay. Is that all that you wanted to tell me about that? Okay. Thank you for that. I'll invite Ferguson Planning just to come back in, because it was you who raised the issue. I think we can just at least give you a right of reply to that and see whether that covers matters for you.
Yeah, and so nothing said there would change our position. Demand for specialist housing, supported living, concealed households. These are all types of housing demand that should be addressed in a plan, in any plan, be it global development plan, a strategic development plan, whatever. So yeah, we don't think there's any currency to be placed in. It doesn't strengthen the case for Mattler or any other figure to exclude that demand. Obviously our case was that it was only Midlothian that had considered backlog from CES Plan 1. Councillor saying, but the impact of that is that none of the CES Plan authorities have considered backlog from CES Plan 1. It's not nobody apart from Midlothian, it's nobody. So the essentially our case remains unchanged other than those caveats.
I think I would just like to add as well, in terms of the constrained sites, is obviously that's set out within our documentation in the appendix of reviewing sites. Obviously there's a requirement to deliver the housing land requirement within the current local plan, and a lot of these sites are potentially constrained and they're potentially getting carried forward.
I don't really want to get into a discussion about sites, because we're keeping this at higher level. But I take the point that you're advising me that what you've just heard doesn't change the position you outlined a few moments ago.
Yes, I just simply want to interject in terms of how much is the private sector demand being taken into consideration in that analysis, would be my concluding remark.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewington, I'm very happy to offer you an opportunity to make any remarks you want to on this, having heard what you've just heard before we return to the council.
I don't think I have anything to add at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'll return to the council then. If you want to pick up, I suppose, your response to the points just made and your closing remarks for this part of the agenda.
Yep. I don't think, I'm just consulting with Lindsay, I don't think we've got any further comments to make in response to the comments regarding the existing need backlog in the Honda 3. I just summarise again that our position is that MPF4 and the Honda 3 should be used, should be taken into consideration. I think I've reiterated again why we have gone with the 4,800 and not increased that figure. And again, I would just make reference again to the Chief Planner's letter of February 2023 and the commentary from Lindsay regarding the clarification of the existing need backlog. And I think that is all that we would like to comment on for question 2A today. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, I think it's probably worthwhile if we just take a quick break, just give everyone a screen break, and we'll come back for part 2B afterwards. My clock says 12:08, so let's come back at 12:15, please. Okay, that's 12:15. Is everyone back in the room? Nearly. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everyone still hear me? Yep, lovely. Yes. Okay, good stuff. Right, let's move on to item 2B then. Appreciate, obviously, we've spent a good bit of time going through the documentation there, so I'm happy for you to refer back to it if you need to, but I don't think we need to repeat what we've already covered in terms of role of documentation. So item 2B, Ferguson Planning argues for its clients that responded to the further information request that a backlog of unbuilt homes over the recent years justifies its position that, and this is quoted from the further information response, an HLR of no less than 8,000 units for the period 2023 to 32 should be set for LDP2. Homes for Scotland is also referenced backlog of unbuilt homes. So is there a distinction to be made between Ferguson Planning's use of the term HLR and the NPF4 term LHLR in what is sought? How was the figure of 8,000 arrived at, and is there a backlog of unbuilt homes? How, if at all, is backlog considered by HNDAs? Does Homes for Scotland reference to need and demand based on HNDA 1 in its further information request response mean it favours the continuation of CESS Plan 1 and its supplementary guidance up to the end of 2023-24, and then apportionment of a CESS Plan wide figure beyond that date? And does the adoption of NPF 4 as part of the statutory development plan reset the clock for housing land irrespective of previous plans? Now, I appreciate we've touched on a number of matters that are raised here already, so I don't think you necessarily need to repeat those, but I'm happy for you to kind of make reference to the previous answers that you've given, if that's appropriate. And I think let's invite Ferguson Planning to go first this time. I know you were talking through the 8,000 to me just a moment ago, so now is, I suppose, the opportunity to talk through that in a bit more detail, and after that I'll invite the council. I'll invite the council and Homes for Scotland to come in and tell us of their views as well. So over to you, Ferguson Planning.
Thank you. So the first point, as an easy answer, no, the use of the term HLR in representations prepared by us can largely be understood as interchangeable with LHLR, and certainly in the extract you've quoted there, HLR and LHLR are interchangeable. Not quite so short an answer for the next one. So the 8,000 figure represents full implementation of MATLA set in NPF4 plus 37% of what at the time our representations were prepared was understood to be the portion of the previous HLR which remains undelivered. Factoring in 2021 completion figures, the additional housing now accounts for 38% of the undelivered HLR. So in that 8,000, 4,800 is attributable to the MATLA and 3,200 to address the portion of the previous HLR which remains undelivered. So also the MAT HLR equates to an average of 480 units completed every year of the new LDP. The 3,200 are required to address undersupply from the previous plan period. We note that completions for 2019 numbered 345, for 2020 324, and for 2021 298. This level of delivery is commensurate with 320 units per year, which we consider are required to meet the undelivered portion of the previous HLR and prevent the worst effects of undersupply from impacting upon the housing market in the borders. We accept that the undelivered proportion of the previous HLR cannot be delivered in full. Delivery has fallen too far behind and the task would be simply too large. to complete. However, we don't agree that the undelivered previous HLR can or should be ignored in full. To do so ignores the core principles of housing land supply, and we consider that a significant portion of the undelivered housing needs to be addressed in order to rise at a compromise position. In terms of the backlog and how it's been considered in HDNA 3, the document itself makes clear that backlog hasn't been considered. We've already covered the point that our reading was that had been considered in Midlothian only, but that that's a misreading of the text of on the 3, and that backlog hasn't been considered at all. We haven't seen any rationale set out for the decision not to address the pre-existing backlog in the borders, either in Honda 3 or the PLDP. It's our position that the decision is not justified and does not safeguard the housing market in the borders against the worst consequences of undersupply. In terms of the resetting the clock, obviously NPF 4 sets the minimum all tenure housing land requirement, and so I suppose that is the minimum to be delivered, with no strict requirement in the development plan to go any higher. That being said, obviously that it doesn't wipe out material considerations in terms of an adequate housing supply, providing an adequate housing land supply for a local authority area, or fully addressing housing needs locally.
Thank you very much. Appreciate obviously that we touched on some of the details of this in the earlier session. I appreciate your being brief. Are you content that the bits, particularly to do with your the backlog argument that you're making, the bits that you touched on earlier and the bits that you've outlined to me, you're content that I've heard all that there is to hear on that? I think I understand clearly what you've said to me. My understanding is that the 8th, from before and from now, is that the 8,000 is Mathla plus a proportion of the undelivered housing land requirement that you argue to be apparent from the CES Plan 1 documentation. Is it that's a fair understanding of what you were saying to me?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And you're quite right. We did discuss the backlog issue with HNDA 3, and I understand you've reiterated the point that you made to me just before the break. And on the reset, I took it that you were saying this is about minimum. So it defines a minimum by doing that. And do I take it then that you regard that as opening the door for your point about the 8,000? Is that where that comes in?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you for that. Were there any other points you need to add before I move on to Mr. Lewington?
No.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lewington, over to you. First of all, obviously, there's a specific question for Homes for Scotland. I think the last point I'd welcome your views on as well, and you're more than welcome to comment on the points made by Ferguson Planning as well, if you wish.
In terms of the points covered by Ferguson Planning, it would just be to note that with regards to the backlog, as we've understood it in the context of that hearing, and as previously set out under our response to agenda point 1, we consider this to be the local development plan housing land requirement minus the completions. As noted by Ferguson Planning, Honda 3 does not appear to address this backlog within Scottish Borders in terms of the completions versus the LDP HLR. Moving on to the bullet
sorry,
point.
could I just interrupt you
Yes.
just a moment? When you refer to LDP HLR, do you mean the adopted local development plan?
Yes.
Or, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you. Continue, please.
Apologies. Question specifically relating to Homes for Scotland. Does our reference to need and demand based on Honda 1 mean we favour the continuation of CES Plan 1 supplementary guidance? Yes. If we are to proceed firmly down the CES Plan 1 route, as we've set out in Appendix 1 of our proposed plan representation, CES Plan 1 was the SDP for the area as this LDP was being prepared. We agree that the local authority specific housing land requirement in CES Plan 1 splits end in 2024. However, CES Plan 1 also identifies an area-wide housing land requirement of 47,999 homes for the period 2024 to 2032. As we previously set out in our proposed plan representation, a mechanism for deriving the Scottish Borders figures across that period has been established. When the Scottish Borders LDP was being finalised, that's the adopted LDP, as this was being extended to 2025, it was resolved by the reporter that, through reference to Honda 1, there was a potential need and demand for 492 homes a year in the Scottish Borders area for the period 2009 to 2025. That's set out at page 1116 of that examination report. As such, 492 homes were added to the housing land requirement already derived. In the absence of a definitive alternative housing land requirement figures for Scottish Borders beyond 2024, we believe it's reasonable that that figure of 492 per year be rolled forward. And that's the approach also represented in Table 1 of our original FIR response and updated recently to allow for the publication of the most recent housing land audit.
Yes, I'd picked up from the table that was a number that was in there. So thank you for that. So the assumption that you're wishing to apply in this instance would be that 492 would constitute a per annum figure post 2023-24, and would that be up until the end of 2031-32? Did I understand that correctly?
Up until, yes, the 2032 period covered by that part of CES Plan 1. Yes.
I see.
Did you want me to discuss the last bullet point?
Please, yes.
Does the adoption of NPF4 reset the clock? There's no clear guidance on this. Our view is that it doesn't, and our position on this is set out in detail in our previous responses. The backlog housing need will not have simply disappeared, and Homes for Scotland would not support disregarding this. The math there is, in our view, a starting point to inform a new housing land requirement, with work being undertaken to derive a higher figure, as we've already set out.
Does that conclude what you wanted to say? Was there any more you wanted to add?
No, I don't believe so.
So just on the matter of the point about backlog, I realise we've kind of touched on this in earlier items, but in your view, am I right in understanding that the council's points that it's previously made about the world having changed, I suppose, to paraphrase, since the days of HNDA 1 and CES Plan 1 being prepared, do those, in your view, affect? Are you saying that those factors don't alter in any way the backlog point that you raise?
They don't alter what the backlog is. As Ferguson Planning have set out, it's perhaps up for debate whether it alters how you deal with the backlog. But that's adopted local development plan housing land requirement was the number of homes that it was agreed should be planned for and haven't been delivered. That is the backlog figure.
Mm-hmm. And in your view, both Ferguson Planning's quantification of that and yours, are they identical or not dissimilar, or is there another word you would choose? Are you in agreement, I suppose, with one another?
Yes,
in your view?
Yes. I think aside from the fact that Ferguson Planning ran their data on to more recent years than we did, we ran it to 2019.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for clarifying those points. Is there anything else you wanted to raise before I move to the council?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we'll just go to the council. Obviously, you've had the chance to listen to the other two parties putting forward their position and answering my questions on here. So I'd be very happy for you to answer. I suppose it's a case of respond to some of them and answer the others. Certainly the last one is one to answer, and I suspect the others are ones to respond to.
Yep.
Accepting, of course, that I think you've probably made. I realise you've made some of these points before, so if you can, if rather than repeat, if you can be brief on those matters, but otherwise say the things you wish to say.
No problem. I'll just I'll try and do this quite quickly. Point A, in terms of, I would agree, yes, that the council now makes reference to the local house and land requirement going forward. That's the terminology and reference set out now within MPF4. So that's all I would have to say on the first point. The second point, in respect of the figure that Ferguson Planning have put across, again, the council would just like to clarify, they note that, but it does not alter the previous reasoning conclusions set out within the previous FIR responses or alter the council's position in respect of how much land to plan for. I think we've already discussed that earlier on today as well. In part C, the backlog.
Could I just pause you a minute there? So are you agreeing with them? Are you agreeing with them that there is a backlog of unbuilt homes, and are you agreeing with their quantification of that?
I'm not disputing there's a backlog, because what we've delivered is not what the house land requirement. It's not the house land requirement set out in SES plan is higher than what we have delivered within that plan period. However, I do not consider that we should be carrying that backlog forward, because I think that was based on a housing need and demand assessment, as we've already said, from Honda 1, and that I think the housing need and demand has been reassessed most recently through Honda 3, and I think that's the evidence base that needs to be taken into consideration going forward. So I would disagree with rolling forward any undelivered backlog, and I note that Homes for Scotland argue that we should be rolling forward all of the backlog. However, Ferguson Planning, we're going for a more proportionate approach. I would say on that as well, though, that if there are proposals to roll forward a proportionate approach of the backlog from SES plan, how would that be evidenced? Because I don't think we can just roll forward a proportionate of backlog without any sound evidence. Although I don't agree with rolling forward backlog in the first place, but I think there's questions there. We can't just roll forward percentages with actually having a sound evidence base to do that. So that was just a point that I picked up on earlier.
Sorry, I interrupted you, of course. So
no, it's okay.
If you said what you want to on that, then I'm happy for you to proceed to the third point.
Yeah, in terms of Part C, the backlog considered by Hondas, I would just like to reiterate, I think that Lindsay's clarified the point as part of clarified the response as part of 2A, and that the Honda is a technical evidence paper which takes into consideration the household projections. It does not look at the backlog as a figure, so to speak, in the context of residual house and land requirement from a previous plan. Rather, the Honda tool takes into consideration the demographics, existing need and affordability, with the final output being the Honda scenarios, which are the evidence base to set house and land requirements. I don't have anything further to add on that matter, and I think we've addressed that already. In relation to Part D, the Homes for Scotland approach in respect of CES Plan 1. Again, the council notes the response, however, would again like to clarify that it doesn't alter the previous reasoning and conclusions set out within the previous FIR responses or alter the council's position. Again, I just would like to reiterate that CES Plan 1, HLR...
Can I just pause you? I'm sorry.
Yeah?
Things froze for a moment.
Oh,
there.
no.
I was left with you all frozen.
Oh, no.
I heard what you'd said on point C, but I didn't hear what you'd said on point D. So if you wouldn't mind just reiterating point D for me, that would be good.
That's okay. In terms of the response to Homes for Scotland in respect of CES Plan 1, the council notes the response from Homes for Scotland, however, would just like to clarify that it does not alter the previous reasoning and conclusions set out within the previous FIR responses or alter the council's position in respect of how much land to plan for. The council would also like to reiterate that CES Plan 1, the CES Plan 1 housing land requirement and Honda 1 need and demand figure should not be used as evidence base for the LDP. And I think I was just picking up on the point, the most recent submission from Homes for Scotland with the updated Table 1 contained within Appendix 1 from the 24th of April does indicate that they will be using the 492 figure, and that is a housing need and demand figure from Honda 1, and I don't think that would be appropriate. I think we should be basing this on the figure that's in Honda 3's need and demand. I think it would just undermine, I think it's just, that's the whole purpose of a Honda, really. It's to assess the need and demand going forward. We shouldn't be using that out of the evidence to set those house and land requirements. In terms of the resetting the clock, yes, I do agree that the council, I do agree that the adoption of MPF4 effectively does reset their clock. I would say that Honda 3 is essentially resetting the clock for the house and need and demand moving forward. What we're actually doing there is we're resetting in respect of the evidence to inform the house and land requirement going forward. We're reassessing that need and demand for the Scottish Borders, taking into a range of factors set out in the Honda tool. And when setting the house and land requirement for the LDP, the Honda 3 should be used as the evidence base. And as a result, I don't think it would be considered appropriate to include any undelivered HLR backlog from the previous adopted plan, especially when the HLR set out in CES Plan included that redistribution of some of the need and demand from Edinburgh City Council. In adding such an undelivered backlog, this would result in an unrealistic, unjustified and unachievable HLR. And I think I'll just close that by saying I think this matter has been answered in more detail within the original Schedule 4 and the earlier FIR responses too.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll return to Ferguson Planning then.
Yep.
You've had the... Oh, sorry, was that all you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay, no problems. So Ferguson Planning then, you've obviously heard what Mr. Lewington has had to say for Homes for Scotland, and I think he appears to be similarly aligned to yourselves, and you've now heard the council's responses to those. What points, if any, do you have in response?
We would note, we note the council's point about the evidence base doesn't address rolling forward a proportion of the undelivered backlog. Of course, the reason for that is because backlog is excluded from Honda 3. So, yeah, we agree that the evidence base doesn't address that, but that's the reason. At some point, there's been a decision taken to exclude backlog from Honda 3. So that we don't agree that's an omission from our submissions. We would argue it's an omission from the evidence base. Point was made about Honda 3 resetting the clock. I think our position we've already set out reasonably clearly disagrees with that rationale, but certainly would like to record that we do disagree that Honda 3 resets the clock. We don't think a housing need and demand assessment has any purview to wipe housing demand. That the competence in that regard, we would say, would be reserved only for development plan documents, and obviously in this case primarily NPF 4.
Thank you. So just on that last point, you said an HNDA isn't, or rather, did I understand right? It was NPF4 as a part of the development plan is the place where need and demand matters are reconciled. Have I understood what you were saying properly then? Not the HNDA.
Almost housing land supply reconciled in NPF4. Obviously, the HNDA is a need and demand document, so it's relevant to housing land supply, but only in as far as housing need and demand.
Okay, so the HNDA does the evidence and the development plan decides what it's going to do with it. Is that a fair summary of? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right, I understand that now. Were there any other points you wish to make before I invite Mr. Lewington to respond? No, okay, thank you. Mr. Lewington, then, anything you wanted to say in response to the Council's points and also those points just raised by Ferguson Planning?
Only to note that the 492 unit figure, which would be applied 2024 to 2032, was, yes, derived from Honda 1, but is also the agreed annual figure that the reporter for the previous Scottish Borders Plan LDP decided to use when writing the LDP examination report.
And you've referred me already to the source of that, haven't you? So
yes,
and I think that's contained in your submission material as well, isn't it?
Yes. Did you want the page number again from that?
I think it was 1116. Was that correct?
Yes,
I remember. Yeah, thank you. Were there any other points you wish to address, Mr. Newton? Okay, that's fine. Right, I'll return to the Council then. Perhaps if you can respond to those points, I'll then make sure there's whether there's any other points, and then we'll come back and invite you to close on this item.
Yeah, just in relation. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Just in relation to the Honda backlog, I think we would just like to clarify again that the Honda backlog and residual house and land requirement backlog are two separate things. The Honda backlog is in relation to existing need, and again, Lindsay can clarify that again if you need more detail on that.
No, that's not necessary. I
okay?
recall the discussion earlier.
Oh, that's perfect.
So I understand the point you're making.
And B, the house and land requirement backlog is in relation to the STEPS plan and that HLR in comparison to the completion. So I just wanted to clarify that. I've just picked up on a couple of points that Ferguson Planning were making in relation to the Midlothian example. And again, I would just refer back to the Housing Need and Demand Assessment, a practitioner's guidance, which is core document 227 on page 2, and it's paragraphs 110 to 112, which talk about the existing and future needs, existing and future housing need and demand set out in the Honda. So that's the background context to those two separate issues. The second part I would just like to clarify was in relation to Homes for Scotland regarding the use of the 492 units figure, which was added to account for year 2025 of the adopted LDP, the lifetime of the adopted LDP. The reason for the use of 492 was that the Honda one was the most up-to-date Honda at that point in time that was subject to examination. Therefore, the reporter, as part of the examination, took the view that they would use the need and demand set out in the most recent up-to-date Honda at the time of the examination, which was the figure of 492 units. And again, I would just putting that into the context of this examination, that was the Honda most up-to-date Honda at that time of examination. And I think now we're in a different situation, that we now have a Honda 3, which I think should be used as the evidence base for that need and demand moving forward. And I think that's my only 2 points that I just wanted to come in response to the comments at that time.
Thank you. I'll just return then to Ferguson Planning and then to Homes for Scotland to offer them a chance to just respond on either of those 2 points. So Ferguson Planning, over to you.
I think it's all been said. No further comment.
Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Lewington. The same, you've no further comment. Okay, thank you. I'll just return to the council then if you want. Are there any closing remarks you wish to make, Ms. Armstrong? Oh, you're on mute.
There we are. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I think we would just, again, I would just reiterate the points that I've made. I don't think I have any further additional points to make, to be honest, apart from the points that I've already made, clarifying the Honda backlog, and again, the importance of using Honda 3 as the evidence base. Yeah, I don't have anything further to add on in this question, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine. Okay. Right, we are looking at 1:45 now. I think I would quite like to get item 3 under our belts before we break for lunch. I suspect this might not take us quite as long as some of the other items have taken us, but I think if we find ourselves partway through them, we'll just have to deal with it. MPF 4, page 62, explains that both the MATLA and the local housing land requirement cover a period of 10 years. There have been numerous opinions of what the proposed plan base date should be in representations, and more recently, in response to further information requests, several parties now appear to favour the base date. The base date being the start of the year 2023-24. However, the submitted evidence on land supply is for March 2020, the 2020 housing land audit. Of course, I now know, and you've all had the opportunity to look at the 2021 housing land audit that's been prepared as at March 2021. Either way, this presents a time difference. The council makes suggestions about how to account for the time difference in its further information request under the heading meeting the local housing requirement. And I'm aware that in its most recent submission, the council presented or I think represented some of those matters in that, and you will have had the chance to look over that yesterday. So the questions are, is it reasonable to apply the factors that are outlined by the Council's further information response reference above in the manner it proposes in order to account for the time difference that I've talked about? That's the question I'm seeking answers to. And how, if at all, do these factors influence what the plan's base date should be? They may end up being answered collectively or individually. So I'll go to the council first, please, and then we'll go around again and see what other views are. So over to you, please.
Hi. Yes, I think this would probably be quite straightforward. We agree with the approach here. One of the LDP should be 23-24, and I would refer you to our response from Monday, 24th of April, which makes reference on how to deal with that time difference. Now that we have the HLA 2021 information, I think we will have 2 years, 2021-22 and 22-23, where we do not have any completion figures. In order to ensure the established house and land supply is not overestimated, I would propose a deduction of anticipated completions should be made over the 2 years. In terms of an evidence for anticipated completions, what I have set out in the most recent response is based on a 5-year average completion rate from 2017 to 2021, which equates to 288 units. Therefore, I would propose that 576 units are removed from the established land supply to account for any completions in the 2 years between the 2021 audit and year 1 of the plan 23-24.
Yeah, and I see that in your figures there. Before I ask any questions I've got, was there any other bits that you wanted to cover, or is that?
I think that's everything for this question. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine. By my understanding, then you're making an assumption for future completions, and you would deduct that from the figures presented in the audit, and in your view, have I understood properly? Then that would account for the time difference. Is that where you're coming from?
Yeah, and I
Okay.
think if our most up to date evidence base is the 2021 House and Land Audit, and the 10-year starts from year 1, 23, 24, we do have to account for those 2 years, because we will have over units in our land supply which we know will have been completed within those 2 years. So I think we definitely have to make.
I can appreciate from what you're saying. You set out for me how you would account for completions. Is there a way in which you would account for changes in other categories that are covered by the audit? So, I don't know, housing land that's covered by, for example, the effective or the potentially effective or the post-year 7 categories, or perhaps even the constrained category. Does this method account for changes that might occur there? Perhaps the addition or the transfer of sites between those categories. Does that recognise that?
It doesn't. I think our view is that the entire established house and land supply should be taken into consideration as part of the Scottish Borders house and land supply.
Right.
The reason for this is that although units are programmed for post-year 7, or they may be constrained, there's nothing actually to prevent those sites from coming forward within the plan period. Therefore, I would propose that there would be no change, because those units would be the total units would be carried over anyway. So I think we just need to look at the total and then ensure that we're not overestimating that 8,715 between the periods.
Right. I understand. And I should stress for everybody, I realise on the next item we'll be getting into the detail of the numbers and all the rest of it. So I'm kind of trying to keep this at a level of principle. So do you feel, to some extent, the need to consider the completions, the anticipated completions in the way you describe, and the matter we've just rehearsed, are apparent because you favour 2023-24 as the start date? Would the start date at the date of the audit, for instance, would that remove the need to make these assumptions? And if it does it bring alternative concerns?
If we were moving the base date, I think we would need to ensure we still, if you're proposing to move the base date to 21.
Well, I'm just asking you about
sorry.
whether that's where the evidence base you've given me appears to be, and you've suggested moving the base dates beyond that date and suggested a mechanism to respond to that. And I'm trying to understand whether there was a particular reason why you didn't favour going for the date where the evidence exists, or at least what appears to be the most recent evidence exists. Is there an important rationale I need to understand about why that was the favoured approach of the council?
To be honest, it probably wouldn't make any difference to the overall land supply, because if we were to move the base date, we'd still need to account for a 5-year plan from 2023 to 2024, and we've always accounted for 5 years beyond that as well. I think we would just need to make sure that if we did say have an evidence base starting with the 21 audit, that we made sure that we accounted for a deduction in the completions, a loss of supply for demolitions, within
those are factors that you outline here,
exactly.
And those are covered in Appendix 2, I think, of the proposed plan as well, weren't they? So, right, okay.
So potentially, without actually doing all the calculations, I don't think.
No, I'm not asking you for calculations. I'm just asking you about the principle of the matter.
Yeah.
I was trying to understand whether there was a particular reason why you didn't favour the evidence base unifying with the base date of the plan, and whether there was a particular reason why you preferred the more recent date.
To be honest, I don't think it would make any difference, whichever date.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. No, that's helpful for you to advise of that. Were there any other points you wanted to make on this item?
I don't think on this item. I think the figures will be discussed further.
We will discuss the figures on the next one. So yes, I appreciate that.
That's me. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, thank you. I'll open this up then. I'll move to Homes for Scotland. Mr. Lewington, I think you shared, if I understood correctly, the council's desire to have the 2023-24 date as being the base date of the plan. You've obviously heard the discussion I've just had with the council. Do you favour either of those positions? Did you have a view either way on these matters?
In terms of the time periods, the proposed plan set out a housing land requirement taking into account 10 years post-adoption. Now that the adoption date is potentially going to be 2023, it makes sense to extend that out. In terms of the data gap, in terms of the audits, in the absence of that data, it's difficult to fully understand what the housing situation is. The average, using the average of the last 5 years completions, appears on its face to be reasonable. Obviously not ideal. And if we revert back to the graphs we discussed under point 1, where we've seen a slight uptick in recent years, particularly with the social completions, it may be that 5-year average undersells slightly what would actually be delivered across that time period.
So do you disagree with what the council is proposing as an approach to account for that time difference, or are you wishing me to understand that if I was to adopt that, it isn't perfect? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from with that.
It's certainly imperfect. I'm struggling to come up with a better approach, though.
Okay. Can you see, the council said when I queried the point about whether using the existing evidence-based date at the end of 2021, the date of the audit, was acceptable. The council made some points about other considerations that were necessary, but said they didn't think there would be any, I think it was any material issue with that. Do you share that view, or do you stick to the 2023-24 for any particular reason?
I don't see any obvious issues with that.
So the 2023-24 position was one that you were happy to take, but it's not a kind of line in the sand, if you like, or are you open to different views on that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So okay. Were there any other points you wanted to raise under this item?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. I'll move on to Ferguson Planning then, please. You've obviously you've heard both the council and Mr. Lewington's view on this. I suppose this challenge or this issue about how the date at which the base date of the plan is, and then depending on which it is, whether you need to make assumptions in the data for that. Where do you stand on that? I think you previously mentioned, I think in your submissions, you talk about the year 2023, and I just wanted to give you the chance to clarify that as well.
Yes, so we would agree with the council that it should be 2023, and our position would remain unchanged in that regard. We would object to moving the date forward. The reason for that being there are a number of sites that have been built out.
I'm sorry. When you say forwards, just so I'm clear in which direction do you?
Forwards as in backwards. Forwards to 2021. Right.
Sorry. So you prefer the date to be closer to today's date than to the date of the audit?
Yes. Yes.
Right, okay.
The reason for that being that there have been dozens, more than 100 completions in that time, which I think it'd be quite difficult to move the start date back and marry up those completions so that they weren't counted as future completions when in actual fact they're already past completions. So yeah, we're certainly of the view that it would be a lot easier and a lot neater to keep the date at 2023. In terms of moving units from the effective supply, which is essentially just the sort of the opposite face of that same coin, yes, for the exact same reasons that there will be hundreds of completions last year and the year before, and this year, well, last year and the year before, that shouldn't be carried forward into the next plan as part of the effective supply.
Thank you for that. So did I understand properly that your concern with going for a date further back in time, the date of the audit, for instance, you were concerned that there are homes that have been completed since that time that would not be counted as completions? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would some of that land be in the audit anyway, just categorised differently, if you like? Some of it's categorised as completions if it has been completed, but if it's in the audit, it's the number is still there. Is that correct or incorrect?
So it's well, it'll be in the audit, but it's a question of whether it's in the effective supply or whether it's in the completions. Mm-hmm. I think the point you're getting at is because you've already made, and actually the council have made, that the evidence goes to 2021, that is an issue anyway, that there are completions that have been achieved that haven't been recorded for our purposes. And yes, that is a problem that exists.
I think one example, which I think was included in the local plan and in the figures, was Kerley Mill, for example, which was 44 units or thereby. That has been completed.
Okay. So yes, there are presumably sites that have been identified, but then subsequently completed. So I was simply trying to understand whether in accounting for them differently, there was a loss of numbers somewhere along the line in your view.
Well, I suppose it's something that needs to be wrapped up as part of the examination. I don't think it's impossible to do it one way or another. Mm-hmm. Either way it was chosen could be done. I think it would be more difficult to take the plan start date back, the base date back, because then of course you would have to account for completions that have already happened as not being recorded, because as of 2021, 2022, they wouldn't have happened. So yes, I mean, it's important. I think our position is that the start date is 2023, and it's important that there's an up-to-date picture of completions, certainly for 2022, that takes sites that have been completed out of the effective supply.
Okay, thank you. I understand that, and just to be clear, when you say the year 2023, are you referring to the end of the year 2022-23 or the beginning of the year 2023-24? Sorry, that's the same time, isn't it? Sorry. Which of those 2 years are you confusing myself there? Which of those two is? Both of them include 2023, or parts of 2023. Is your preference for the planned start date the year 2022-23, or is it the year 2023-24? Is what I'm asking.
The year 2023-24.
So you are in agreement with the position of Homes of Scotland, the council, on the base date?
Yes, we are. Yes.
Okay, and you're otherwise content in going for that date that there is an issue with completions, and are you accepting then the council's method of resolving
that? Yes. So we certainly agree with the principle that units have to be removed from the effective supply. Mm-hmm. As Homes for Scotland said, our preferred method for doing that would be to have completions data for 2022. If that's not possible, then obviously an estimate has to be made, and the council have data and information from developers that we are in possession of. So, yes, I assume those figures have been prepared with the best evidence available.
Okay. Were there any other points you wanted to make before I go back to the council?
No, that's it.
No. Okay, thank you. So back to the council then. There seems to be I've kind of rehearsed the same arguments and issues with each of you. Are you standing where you stood before? Do you have a different view? Are you in agreement with the comments you've heard already?
Yeah, I'm content with the approach for year one 2023-24 as other parties have stated as well. And just for clarification on this completions matter and how we account for that difference, the most up-to-date evidence that we have in terms of the established land supply and completions at this moment in time is the 2021 audit, which runs up until the 31st of March 2021. Between the 1st of April 2021 and the year of adoption, which may be 23-24, we will have to account for the removal of anticipated completions from the established house and land supply. And I would stand by what we set out on Monday in our response, that the best available information that we have to evidence the removal of completions is using a 5-year completion average and removing 576 units from the established land supply. And I think that is, I just wanted to clarify that point, just on the back of what we've just discussed with Ferguson Planning as well. Just to clarify that we will not have a 2022 or a 2023 audit because we have not started that process yet.
Okay. I'll just go back to if you've got nothing else to add, I'll just go back to the other parties to see if they want to finish off anything before we ask you to close. Mr. Lewington, anything further you want to add?
No, I have no further comments on this point.
And Ferguson Planning, anything you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. Ms. Armstrong, if you... Oh, sorry, was that a yes?
No, that was a no.
Right, okay. Ms. Armstrong, then, over to you to any closing remarks you want to make besides what you've already said.
I don't have anything further to add to this question, to be honest. That's me. Thank you.
No problems. Okay. We are 107 just now. I think we've got. I'm picking up some feedback. Could you just make sure you're muted, please? Thank you very much. I'm just trying to get a sense of timing from the other issues that we've got to discuss. I think it's probably reasonable, given where we are, that if we can take a lunch break of just over 45 minutes, that takes us to 2 p.m. And if we can begin again, then we'll go through items 4, 5, and 6. I'm hopeful that we can do that before 4 o'clock, but I just want to take some soundings now, whether people are okay to stay a bit beyond 4 if it takes us there. The council, I'm seeing nods.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Mr. Lewington, how are you for that?
I may not be available after about 5:30.
I'm hoping it won't take that long, but right. So certainly after 4, if we were to need to use an amount of time after 4 o'clock, you'd be available at least until that time. And Ferguson Planning.
Yes, we would be available. Just to know, I have to go on another call with the council at 2 o'clock, but I'll be leaving you in the capable hands of Rory here, and I will return.
Right, okay, so we'll be seeing you again this afternoon as a later point. Right, okay, thank you for letting me know that. Right, okay, so we're just at 1:08, so we'll come back at 2 p.m. for the remaining items. So thank you very much. Cheers. Welcome back, everybody. It's just gone 2 o'clock, so if we can make a start for this afternoon's session, please. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I think we're just waiting on Ferguson Planning, perhaps rejoining. Just bear with us a second. We'll wait to see if it looks like Ferguson Planning has left the meeting, and it may be that they're just trying to rejoin us. So let's just give them a moment. Two seconds, everybody. I'll just do a check to make sure. I'll be with you in just a moment. My apologies. Okay, I think it looks like everyone's been able to rejoin us. There we go. Just let Mr. Thompson take a seat.
Thank you.
Can you hear us okay, Mr. Thompson?
I can, yes. Yeah.
Good stuff. And can everybody else hear me all right? Okay. Mr. Thompson, would you just mind muting just to stop any feedback? That'd be great.
Yes.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, welcome to this afternoon's session. We finished up closing with item 3 just before the break. So we'll crack on now with items 4, 5 and 6. So I'll go straight away into item 4A, which I'll read first of all. So Homes for Scotland criticises the 2020 housing land audit preparation process. Ferguson Planning provides for its clients an alternative position on the 2020 housing land audit with regard to individual sites. The council disputes both, but also refers to the draft 2021 audit. Homes for Scotland also criticises the draft 2021 audit process. What, if anything, was deficient about the 2020 audit preparation process? How accurate are the contents of the 2020 housing land audit? How accurate is the Ferguson Planning alternative view of the 2020 audit? The council references the preparation of its draft 2021 housing land audit. What is the process and timescale for this? What, if anything, do these matters mean for the consideration of housing land supply? You've all kindly updated your positions, and so I'm happy for you to reference the 2021 audit in place of what's asked for there, if that's what you wish to do. Obviously, if you can make clear which audit you're referring to, that'll keep us all right, and that'll be helpful. And I appreciate it's probably the case that at least some of those questions may well have been answered. What I'll do first is I'll invite Homes for Scotland to begin, and then we'll go round again. And we'll have more of a discussion. Then at the end, I'll invite the council to close. So, Mr. Lewington, over to you.
Thank you. As we noted in our original response to FIR 022 with regards to the 2020 audit, we considered that this was prepared in a highly irregular manner. This is also the case for the 2021 audit. Homes for Scotland engaged with 27 housing land audits across Scotland every year. Scottish Borders Council is entirely unique in that there was no provision for a back and forth between the Council and Homes for Scotland following the initial submission of our comments, nor even an opportunity for us to register which sites we'd be disputing. 26 out of 27 local planning authorities allow for this. Plan to 2010 at paragraph 46 notes that local authorities are encouraged to consult widely with the house building industry and infrastructure providers in the collation of the annual audit to enhance the accuracy of the data and subsequently its usefulness. As previously stated, for both the 2020 and 2021 housing land audits, the council did not provide for any sort of back and forth between the parties following initial submission of our comments, rather seeking to publish a finalised audit post-haste without any further engagement. Our view is that such an approach inevitably leads to less accurate programming and forms an audit that Homes for Scotland and the development industry can place limited faith in terms of its projections and transparency, which moves us to the next bullet point in terms of how accurate are the contents of the 2020 housing land audit. Hopefully it's okay that my answer here just covers the 2021 audit. So in respect of this audit, successive housing land audits have shown to have been incredibly inaccurate with hindsight. This is evident when examining tables 5 and 6 of the published 2021 audit. Table 5 shows that successive 5-year land supply projections for the housing land audits from 2017 to 2021 note a consistent estimate of around 3,500 homes across all tenures across the 5-year period. Table 6 on the next page shows that total all tenure completions across the past 5 years have been a fraction of this. In reality, approximately 40%, roughly 40% of the land the council claimed would come forward across the 5 years has in practice actually been delivered. And given the council's failings in properly consulting and considering the responses of the consults for the most recent 2 audits, there's no reason to believe these historic inaccuracies would have been resolved. Indeed, for the most recent audit, the 2021 audit, this posits incredible completions figures for the next 5 years, in particular years 3 to 5, especially years 4 to 5, with year 4 showing 755 completions and year 5 showing 1,080 completions. Each of these figures is unusual in an historic context, at least in a post-global financial crisis context. We did raise these concerns with the 2021 audit, and the response we did submit to the examination alongside our comments more broadly on the 2021 on Monday. It's our view that nothing in that response reasons for the very high figures in years 3 to 5, but 4 to 5 especially, rather simply noting that there was an element of agreement that the figures after year 2, potentially year 3, do contain an element of inaccuracy. So to conclude, we have serious concerns with regards to the accuracy of the 5-year effective figure set out in the 2021 housing land audit. I don't think I need to cover the next 2 bullet points in terms of the Ferguson planning view and whether the 21 audit will be published, but just to cover the final bullet point, What, if anything, do these matters mean for the consideration of land supply? The fact that the housing land audits are so unreliable makes these assessments far more difficult to carry out. And it's our view that the 2021 and 2020 audits are not accurate, nor likely even to be close to accurate. Also, to cover 4B as well, or just.
No, we'll stick to this just now, and then we'll move on to 4B. Thank you, Doug. Was that all you wanted to say on those matters?
Yes, on 4A.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. You mentioned at the beginning when you started off that you comment on 27 housing land audits. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, so we engage with every housing land audit in mainland Scotland.
Right.
Obviously, with the exception of the national parks and with the exception of Argyll and Bute and Dumfries and Galloway.
So can I just understand, is there a particular reason why you only engage with the ones that you do engage with?
These are the areas within Scotland where our members have interests.
I see.
If at some point one of our members was to come to us and say, we're thinking of buying a site in Orkney, we would then seek to engage with that housing land audit process.
I see. So your what you comment on is governed by your members' interests.
Precisely.
Okay, thank you. I understand. You mentioned as well that, forgive me if it was the 2020 audit or the 2021, but I think the point might be the same. But you were saying that with hindsight, previous audits have been shown to be inaccurate.
Yes, that was in relation to the 2021 audit.
Yes. So as I understood it, you were saying that those audits, was it their conclusions about what they anticipated being completed that had then turned out to be inaccurate? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, the projected completions for the first 5 years.
Is that unusual across Scotland? Would you expect other housing land audits across Scotland to be accurate? Is this unique, if you like?
That a housing land audit is inaccurate is not unique. That it's this inaccurate is slightly. I don't have the figures to hand to compare all the audits, unfortunately. But
it's not a unique circumstance that a housing land audit would be shown with hindsight to have been inaccurate.
We're fully aware that housing land audit is a snapshot in time. It's an estimate. It's a best guess.
Yeah.
But certainly the approach Scottish borders have taken, I don't think it reaches the most robust position in terms of engaging as far as they could have done to reach that best estimate.
Yes, I think that was one of the things I was wanting to understand, whether the nature of your concern was solely about the process or whether it was also about the content. I think you've answered that. I think you're saying that it's both. Is that a fair understanding?
It's both, because the deficiencies in the process undermine the content.
And I'd said earlier to other parties I didn't want to get into sites, but is there kind of, is this a health warning if I choose to use this, or are you saying to me that I shouldn't use this document?
I'm saying be very wary about considering these figures to be accurate.
Okay. Is there an alternative that I should use in your view?
I think the alternative that Ferguson Planning have put forward is fairly reasonable. That's in respect of the 2020 audit.
Yes. So you think that's reasonable in place of the 2020 audit? And what is it in particular that persuades you of that?
It's clear that Ferguson Planning have spent a considerable amount of time reviewing each site in that audit and they do appear to reach consistent conclusions across the sites. The effective years of that audit are littered with sites that do not have a valid consent. It's accepted that there are other factors also relevant in assessing whether a site can be effective, but the sheer volume of them is troubling.
And when you use the term effective, are you meaning that to be effective versus?
Apologies. In this context, I mean effective within the first 5 years.
Within the first 5 years. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Did you have any other points you wish to make before I move on to the?
I don't believe so. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's move on to Ferguson Planning then. If you can take us through your views, and I've no doubt you'll want to concentrate a little on the one that specifically asks questions of you. But of course, I'm happy for you to take me through your views on each of them. So over to you, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah. So, as far as we're concerned, the primary problem with house and land audits predating 2020 is they take a broad brush approach, which amounts to little more than classifying all identified sites as effective and full. While we do acknowledge limited exceptions have been made for newly allocated sites and sites which have been allocated for many years without planning permission ever being granted, or which delivery is staggered to include only a portion of the site capacity within 5 years, the majority of sites were simply affirmed as effective. Despite being classified as effective, delivery was not achieved, and many sites allocated before 2010 remain in the house and land supply. The House and Land Audit 2020 made modest progress in the previous approach by accepting a number of long allocated sites would not be deliverable in full within 5 years. However, the audit still includes no analysis of site delivery, instead a simple deliverable, non-deliverable conclusion is stated. The audit simply avoids any mention of whether extant planning permission exists, whether development has been lawfully initiated, whether suspensive conditions prior to initiation, prior to construction of foundations are extant, in addition to compatibility of the standards SEPA now use in assessing flood risk, which I'm sure everyone's aware, are perpetually reviewed and regularly updated. Publication of the 2021 audit around 2 weeks ago has not allowed sufficient time for detailed analysis of that document. However, from the initial review conducted, it appears that little distinction exists with the 2020 audit. The figures for both the established supply and effective supply have changed little and remain materially alike in findings and approach. It is our opinion that the House and Land Audit 2020 contains significant errors. It claims effective supply is 3,585 units, which we consider as factually inaccurate. The revised House and Land analysis of 7th March 2023, prepared by Ferguson Planning, shows that effective supply stands at no more than 2,222 units. The 1,363 new dwellings erroneously included in the effective supply equates to an artificial inflation of 61%. The basis of these figures are evidence in full in the revised House and Land analysis, included in our representations of March 2023. Our alternative analysis, the House and Land analysis and revised House and Land analysis of 7th March 2023, prepared by Ferguson Planning, are evidence-based documents which are led by the outcomes of a research exercise. The House and Land analysis is not prophecy, and it's not a claim of authoritative prediction. The evidence is fed into the preparation of the House and Land analysis, includes the Council's publicly viewable planning record, Google Earth aerial imagery, Google Maps Street View, Historic Environment Scotland aerial imagery, flood mapping maintained by SEPA, and any documentary evidence that we possess of relevant sites, which is by far the smallest body of evidence. By and large, where that evidence source has been used, it's denoted in the tabular entry for that site. If I may, I'd like to bring to your attention that our methodology was supported by the reporter who considered appeal decision PPA 380-2093, which was a case in South Lanarkshire. So the relevance of that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that PPA for me, please? I didn't catch the reference.
Yes, PPA 380-2093.
Thank you.
The relevance of that isn't so much the particulars of that case, more the reporter's acceptance of the methodology. The house and land analyses prepared by Ferguson Planning are considered to be as accurate as is possible with the evidence available. The analysis is certainly significantly more accurate than any house and land audit we've had sight of. However, it should be noted that no access was afforded to any information held by the council that is not publicly available during preparation of the analysis. Excuse me. So that takes us down to council references preparation. That's 2021 house and land audit. I think we covered that. What, if anything, these matters mean for consideration of the land supply? Yes, so essentially our conclusions there is that the Venlaw decision in Peebles of, I think that's 2020, remain materially intact, in that a significant housing land supply shortfall still exists in the borders.
Thank you very much. Was that all you wanted to take us through? With
yes,
regard to that matter, at least, yeah.
I can provide the reference number for the Venlaw decision.
Oh, please, yeah.
It is PPA 140-2088.
Okay, thank you. You'd mentioned that I think I took it from what you were saying that you were concerned with the council's audit processes from the perspective of both engagement and content of the documents. Is that a reasonable understanding of what you were saying?
Yes. Yes.
And you've put forward an alternative, which I've seen, and you seem to be saying to me you were reasonably content that that what is shown in that alternative is still reasonable in light of the 2021 audit, accepting that it's a pretty new audit.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What engagement process did you go through when you prepared that alternative, if any?
As in engagement with third parties.
With other landowners or developers or what have you of the other sites that are covered by your alternative position.
So I suppose no engagement with any party who wasn't already a client of ours. In cases where the parties, the owner or the developer was already a client of ours, we approached them to ask whether they intended to bring the site forward within 5 years. To be honest, I don't think that changed any conclusions. I think in each case where we thought the site wasn't deliverable, the response from our client was that it wouldn't be brought forward within 5 years.
And so that I understand this properly, is this, in what you've just described to me, are the only sites for which you made assumptions the ones that your clients own or have options on or are responsible for, etc.? Or did you also do I take it from what you were saying that you you put forward in your alternative your views of other sites and that were not owned or operated or with options from your clients, but your clients had an opportunity to comment on that.
So the housing land analysis prepared addresses all sites included within the housing land audit. I wouldn't say we gave our clients the opportunity to comment on any sites. I would say we approached them for evidence. We approached them for advice, and certainly none of our clients were given an opportunity to comment on sites that they didn't own.
Right, I understand. Yeah, no, that's helpful to clarify that. Okay, I didn't have any other questions. Had you said all you wanted to say? There'll be a chance to come back after the council's chipped in with its views, but
yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll now invite the council to respond to those two sets of comments.
Hi. What I'll do is I've just been taking notes there from both parties. So what I'll do is I'll just address these under separate headings, if that's okay, and I think I'll make more logical sense. So I'll start with the audit preparation process first of all. Is this okay? I'm getting a little bit of sound back here.
I'm not getting any feedback. I can hear you fine.
It's okay. I think it's maybe Ferguson planning. That's perfect. Thank you. It was just the muting. That's perfect. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that.
In response to the audit preparation process, it should be noted that the same methodology for undertaking the house and land audit has been used for the lifetime of the adopted LDP 2016, and this is not a new approach that's been used as part of the 2020 or the 2021 house and land audit. The Council's methodology for undertaking the annual audit is set out within Section B, monitoring the effective supply, on page 156 of Appendix 2 in the adopted LDP 2016. It's noted that Appendix 2 of the adopted LDP 2016 was previously subject to examination and a housing hearing was undertaken by the reporter. The reporter made recommendations and changes to Appendix 2, however did not specifically make any changes to Section B regarding the methodology for monitoring the 5-year effective house and land supply. As a result, the adopted LDP 2016 sets out the Council's approach and process for undertaking the audit and monitoring the effective house and land supply for the planned period. This matter is also addressed and set out within the Schedule 4 and previous FIR responses. That's really just summarising why we undertake the methodology that we do for the audit, and that was subject to examination. And for the lifetime of this plan, that's the methodology that we had done and we have continued to do. Obviously, moving forward with MPF4, there will be new guidance coming, I think anticipated in summertime, for that HLA process that then we will then be able to take on board at that point in time. In terms of engagement with key stakeholders and Homes for Scotland in the preparation of the house and land audit, I'll just pick up on a couple of points that have been made by both parties as well. It should be noted that as part of the process, both the 2020 and 2021 HLA engagement was undertaken between the Council, key stakeholders and Homes for Scotland. I do have a timeline for the involvement with Homes for Scotland as part of the 2021 audit, but I'll just run you through the actual process that we undertook. So developer forms were sent out in the first instance in October 2021, and this is relating back to the 2021 audit. And Homes for Scotland circulated the developer forms to their members. The Council then took on board any comments that were returned within the developer forms in the programming of the sites contained within the 2021 HLA. The Council circulated the draft 2021 Housing Land Audit in January 2023 and offered the opportunity for a meeting if any consultees, including Homes for Scotland, considered that it would be beneficial. However, nobody took the Council up on the offer of this meeting. As part of the consultation process, Homes for Scotland commented on 9 sites out of the whole 2021 audit. The Council reviewed the 9 comments and provided a response to Homes for Scotland. It should be noted that the Council provided a clear reason why the programming was not altered for these 9 sites. We responded to Homes for Scotland on the 27th of March this year, advising that it was our intention to publish the House and Land Audit at the end of March, and we included an Excel spreadsheet including all the reasoning for not altering the programming for the 9 sites, but we wanted to provide them with our response in advance of publishing any finalised audit. Homes for Scotland did not respond to this email until Thursday the 19th of April. The Council also note in that subsequently we had published the audit in that month period. The Council also noted in the email on the 27th of March that we would be more than happy to have initial discussions with Homes for Scotland at the start of the next audit and work together to focus on delivery of housing for the South of Scotland moving forward. That's a summary. We do have more detailed correspondence, but I think that summarises our engagement as part of the 2021 audit. I was just going to pick up on a couple of points. In terms of the engagement on the Ferguson Planning alternative programming position, yes, we have had no sight or engagement in that process. So I would not agree with the alternative approach. And just on that one as well, that I'd note down that it's a view of sites. Sorry, I'm just reading here. Ferguson Planning stated that they took into consideration views from their own clients. Therefore, the risk with that alternative programme is that actually has a bias for Ferguson Planning's clients' sites themselves, rather than actually having a picture for the whole of the borders. That's, I think, an answer on the engagement section. And I think I'll take you through, in terms of the contents of the audit, it's noted that the contents of the audit are disputed, and the Council have addressed this previously as part of the schedule for previous FIR responses as well. However, I do wish to clarify a few points. It's not considered appropriate to reassess the effectiveness or programming of each individual housing site as part of the proposed LDP. The audit process involves and encourages key stakeholders, developers, landowners and Homes for Scotland to feed into this process and submit comments at the appropriate time. These comments are then taken on board in the programming. The Council reiterates that it's not considered that the proposed plan process is a mechanism for challenging the programming contained within an audit. When considering the programming, the Council take the following into consideration, which I would consider that we have this in-house, which other parties externally may not have access to be able to undertake alternative approaches. We have the contents of the developer forms, which are not within the public domain. We have local knowledge. We have known developer interest through discussions internally. We have information from confidential pre-apps and planning application information. We also use the SHIP and RSL programmes and work with Housing Strategy for updates on affordable housing programmes. Therefore, it is considered that the Council are best placed and informed and have the most up-to-date evidence to undertake the programming of an audit. As we've previously stated within the FIR responses, it is increasingly difficult for a large rural local authority with a vast land supply to know which sites come forward in advance of others. Furthermore, a large number of sites were subject to stalls and delays as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic since early 2021. So this is likely to be reflected in the 2021 programming, where some sites that we thought may have came forward have actually been delayed or stalled as a result of pandemic, and therefore programming had to be pushed back. Previously, comments have been made that only sites backed by a developer or house builder should be included within the effective house and land supply. However, it's not considered that the lack of a developer or ownership means that a site is not effective. Rather, the programming of sites contained within the Scottish Borders Council audit is a reasonable expression of what can be developed within the given time period and not what will be developed. And I think that that answers a lot of the points that Richard was making as well. It should also be noted that there are recent examples of long-standing allocations within the Scottish Borders which have been brought forward and developed within quite short periods of time. Therefore, just because there is a long-standing allocation, it does not mean that that site is not effective. It's just that there has not been the market demand to deliver all of the sites that are contained within our audit. But therefore, I think this demonstrates that when there is a market demand, there are opportunities and sites available for development within their existing land supply. I was just going to pick up a couple of points as well. I'm just checking some of the points that Ferguson Planning and Richard had raised about the contents. Yeah, I think that just links back to the methodology again, which I've set out that this is not programming what is definitively going to be built in the borders, because it is very, very difficult to do that. And our methodology is a reasonable expression of what can be developed. In relation to Ferguson Planning's alternative programming, as I've just stated, yeah, I've picked up on this in our previous schedule for an FIR responses, and again, I'll just reiterate that it's not considered programming. Programming contained within the audit should be reassessed as part of the LDP process. The Council have reviewed the comments from Ferguson Planning in respect of reassessed programming of the 2020 housing land audit, which removes 1,363 units from the effective supply. I would like to offer the following points, and that we do not agree with this alternative programming for a range of reasons. I've already touched upon that this programming, we haven't had any engagement in the programming. It wasn't consulted on. Furthermore, Ferguson Planning having indicated that it was their client's information, and I don't think they have had information for every single site in the borders, the same information that we have in that we take into consideration in the programming. Also, a number of sites they propose to be removed from the effective house and land supply. They propose this when there is no planning consent. However, this is not a reason why such sites could not come forward within the plan period, and there does not appear to be any other justification for removing these sites from the effective house and land supply. The Council also acknowledges that a number of sites are proposed to be removed where they are actually being proposed to be removed from the plan, and I don't dispute that point, because they would, if there are sites that are these sites are actually constrained. So if there is a site that we've proposed to remove from the plan, we've actually constrained that, so we're happy that they would be removed naturally. The agent has also altered the programming for a number of sites where in fact the programming was based on a developer form feedback from a landowner or developer themselves. I think we maybe have an example of that. Was there, Laura, was that a site in Kels? I think there's Wallace Nuke RKE 88, which is a rural. Sorry. Do you not want to get site?
I'd rather not get into individual sites.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
I'm content to accept that you don't agree on the basis that they've, in your view, carried out a particular action. So
that's perfect. The agents also altered the programming for a number of sites. Sorry, that was a developer feedback. A number of sites have also been removed from the audit, and where they state they have been completed. However, they have not been completed at the point in time of the 2020 house and land audit, and they're still in the established land supply, and they would come out at the point that our completion is recorded in a future audit. So it may be that they're perhaps looking at a site that's now completed, which is still in our established land supply as part of the 2020 audit, but it might naturally come out as part of the 2021 or 2022. So those sites, again, we would be disputing those. They should be staying in that supply until such time that the completion comes forward in a future audit. There are also a number of sites proposed for removal. As far as I can see, I think there are a couple of sites which are actually not programmed as effective, but programmed post year 6, 7, post year 7. Categorised as 6, 7, post year 7. So I find it quite difficult to actually piece together the totals for the numbers and the alternative programming, but I think there are actually cases where they're removing sites that aren't actually programmed for 1 to 5. So taking this into consideration, the Council does not agree with the approach or justification taken for reassessing the programming. In terms of the points that we've just discussed, I don't think it's considerate that this will have impact upon our overall land supply. The Council agrees with the approach, process and methodology currently used in undertaking the audit, and note that the release of more land will not solve the issue of market demand. Sites are not being developed because the market is not there, and allocating even more sites will not solve this issue. I think that's answered all the bullet points. Yep, that's me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll return then to Mr. Lewington first, and then to Mr. Thompson. So, Mr. Lewington, you've had the chance to listen to both Ferguson Planning and the Council. What points would you like to add, if any?
Just a couple of fairly minor ones. We did comment on 9 specific sites in respect of the 2021 audit. We also made separate comments on programming more generally and the process more generally. The main point I wanted to ask about, and I might have misheard, but is it the council's view that we were sent developer forms to distribute in October, and at some point a meeting was offered? Because I don't have any record of that.
That was my understanding of what I was told. Perhaps, Ms. Armstrong, if you can just clarify whether that was what you were saying.
Yes, I think. Apologies, I was just getting the piece of paper here. I've got a timeline. We sent out developer forms by SBC on the 21st of October 2021, and on the 26th of January 2023, SBC offers the opportunity of a meeting if any consultees would find it beneficial. The deadline for comments was the 17th of February 2023. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Mr. Lewington.
Apologies, I'm just looking at old emails.
Yes, of course, yes.
What was the date for the January 23 one?
I've got written down the 26th of January. Is that correct?
26th of January.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll have to try and find it. I'm sure the council's not
very well
being false, but I can't see it.
Are there other points that you were wanting to make?
No,
you made
no,
the point about the 9
it.
sites and clarifying that. Were there other points?
That was just no, that was it.
That was it. Okay. And Mr. Thompson for Ferguson Planning.
Yeah, a few things I'd like to pick up on there. In terms of bias, the house and land analysis is we consulted with our clients, but not with anyone else. I would note that in no cases, in no cases was an assessment changed on the basis of the information received from our clients. 2, to sort of further elaborate on that, in no cases was a site ruled either deliverable or non-deliverable on the basis of the owner or the developer. The operative interested party says it's deliverable or says it's non-deliverable. In each case, our methodology was maintained. Now, if pertinent information had been provided and that could have been evidenced, then of course we would have taken account of that. But as I say, no assessments changed, and no assessments changed on the basis of the developer says it's deliverable. Nor indeed would it have been, even if that had been the case.
Can I just make sure I've understood that properly then?
Yeah.
Are you saying it was the methodology that dictated the outcome rather than the discussions that you had with your clients?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And do you want to make the other points you wanted to make?
Yes. So in terms of the absence of planning permission, I think what's important, obviously even more important than the system that's just left us, but still quite important in this system, is we're talking about sites to be delivered until now in the next 5 years, and then moving forward in the next 10 years. And having an extant planning permission is absolutely crucial to that. I can speak for myself and my clients. I'm aware of very few sites. In fact, I'm not sure I'm aware of any sites on which development has started within 2 years of planning permission being granted as a minimum. And I'm aware of several where it's taken 5, 6, 7 years after planning permission being granted for development to start. So yeah, I think the importance of extant planning permission being secured is hard to overstate, albeit cognisance has to be had to if a site's only been allocated 2 or 3 years ago. It's reasonable for that site not to yet have planning permission. In terms of the council making the point about completions having happened but not in their accounting years, I suppose that almost sort of links back to the discussion we were having in the previous point about making sure that we're counting apples for apples and pears for pears, that we're not allowing a situation where houses that are already built and have already satisfied housing demand have already been sold to owner-occupiers are then being counted in the effective supply. The council have their accounting periods and that's fine, but at the same time we shouldn't conflate that with these units don't stand to satisfy current and future housing demand. They're already in the housing stock. Removal of, council picked up on a number of sites which were programmed for delivery in years 6 and 7 being removed. I'm not aware of any sites that were only programmed for delivering in years 6 and 7. I am aware of a number of sites, over a dozen, maybe even 2 dozen, where the council had programmed the first 4, 5, 6, the first several units in years 4 and 5, and then another, the majority of the units on site to be delivered in year 6, 7, 8, and so on. So yes, I mean there are a number of sites where that is the case, where 4 or 5 units in year 4 or 5 have been removed, and then that site also has 20 other units. There was also comments made on the lack of market demand. We would link that back to the allocation of sites in the previous LDP, I suppose the current LDP, the LDP that's currently leaving us, not making use of sites in sustainable and attractive locations, and we'd link that back to the points we made at the top of our discussion about the settlements of which greater demand is experienced. Thank you.
Okay, and owes the council to respond to those points.
Hi, yeah, just got a couple of points in relation to that. In relation to the completions, I think I understood this correctly. I think the fact that we'll be taking off 2 years worth of completions between the 2021 audit and the year 1 of the plan would account for those houses that that Ferguson Planning are making reference to. I think that's those ones that they're identifying in their programming and removing from the effective house and land supply, whereas actually they would be picked up in future audits. And it's just to reinforce that is the purpose of the audit process. We need to do that on an annual basis. There's guidance for how to do a house and land audit, and that's the mechanism to pick completions up from the 1st of April to 31st of March. So I think there's a way to pick those completions up. In terms of allocations of sites within the adopted LDP, I just would like to reinforce that we do need to provide a range and choice of sites throughout the whole of the Scottish borders, and I think that's what we consider we've done through the adopted and the proposed LDP. I just wanted to pick up on a point that was raised earlier, and I've actually got some more information on that now, and it was in relation to the Venlaw planning application. I just wanted to reiterate that that would have been assessed against the Strategic Development Plan and the adopted Local Development Plan 2016. So I think that I think the evidence, the plans that were taken into consideration for the Venlaw application are actually is now in a different situation. We're in a different place, and we would have to materially take into consideration MPF4. So I think that's slightly different because it is a little bit dated now, that decision, that it was based on an SDP and an adopted plan. And I think that is all the points in terms of Ferguson planning that I was going to raise. Thank you.
Did you have other points you wanted to make, or is that it? I'll go around. I'll go and check everybody else, and then I'll come back and invite you to close. So if there's anything that you have you said all you wanted to say?
I might say something else at the end as well, but I'll let you go around first.
That's fine. But if it's something that the others would want to respond to, I'd rather you said it now.
2 seconds. I'm just going to consult with a colleague. They just have another point. Is that okay?
Yes.
It was just to reiterate the point I think Ferguson Planning made about some of the sites. I think this in reference to question 1, I think they picked up on some attractive locations, sustainable attractive locations. I think they were making reference to the likes of Stow near the Borders Railway. And it's just to say we do have current allocations that are undeveloped in some of these locations. So it's not to say that adding even more sites to those locations are going to solve the issue. There are actual allocations in some of those towns. Sorry, that's just the point. I knew there was a point relating back to question 1 I wanted to bring in.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Right, we'll invite Mr. Lewington back first, and then Mr. Thompson to just pick up on any points they wanted to respond to on the councils, and then I'll invite the council to close.
I don't think I've got any further points on things that have been said.
Sorry, I was muted. No further points for you. Okay, that's fine. Mr. Thompson.
Not much to add. I know you said you didn't want to get into individual sites. Just the last point the council made there. I would say that where some of the sites I talked about where they're being completed are in and are still including an effective supplier in those attractive sustainable locations. But I'll keep the point I'll keep the point brief. I'll keep it to that.
No problem. So nothing further to add then from you.
Sorry?
Nothing further to add.
No, nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. I'll invite Ms. Armstrong to close to the council then, please.
Yep, I don't have any further points to make on any of the points made from Ferguson Planning or Homes for Scotland. I'd just like to recap that I think we stand by our previous comments regarding the audit process, the engagement with key stakeholders, Homes for Scotland. We're confident regarding the contents of our audit, and we would dispute the alternative programming as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just looking at where we are in the agenda. I think in just a moment we'll take a quick 5-minute break. We are about to go on to 4B and then 5 and 6. I'm hopeful that there's a possibility that we can get through a good chunk of this by 4 o'clock, but it may be that we need to go on beyond 4 o'clock. People mentioned before that they were still okay to do that. Can I just check again? People are still happy to do that. I'm not intending. I think all of us would like some tea tonight, so there's our incentive. But everybody's comfortable if we get nearer to 4 o'clock and we need to stay a bit longer.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Lovely. Right. Look, let's take just over 5 minutes now, and we'll come back at 3 o'clock, please. Welcome back, everybody. If you can all rejoin, that would be great. Just waiting on one more. Mr. Thompson, are you joining us? We'll just give Mr. Thompson a moment.
Hi there, we're just coming 2 minutes, if that's okay.
Okay, no problem. Yep, that's fine. Okay, I think are we ready to go again?
Yeah.
Yep, lovely. Okay. Let's move on now to item 4B, please. I'll just read through this. Homes Scotland expresses concerns about NPF 4 Policy 16 and the present absence of a housing pipeline of deliverable land. NPF 4 page 62 Local Development Plan section describes time periods for which the housing pipeline will apply. Homes for Scotland also provided a legal opinion on this matter appended to its response dated the 28th of March 2023. I've received the comments from each of you on that matter, so thank you for getting those in. You don't need to repeat what's covered in there because I have that. What elements, if any, of the Housing Land Audit 2020, or indeed 2021 as now published, are compatible or comparable with the housing pipeline approach outlined in NPF 4? And obviously it would assist if reference could be made to any role that housing land audits could play, any distinctions or similarities between the now older concept of effectiveness versus the newer concept of deliverability, and the timeframes that might be considered for each, and how might the above matters assist in the consideration of land supply. Perhaps if I invite Homes for Scotland first to make comments on this. So over to you, Mr. Lewington.
Thank you. In terms of the NPF 4 Policy 16 point, it remains our view that parts of NPF 4 are incapable of sensible application prior to the adoption of an NPF 4 compliant LDP, and that Policy 16 is heavily reliant on the introduction of the new housing land pipeline. We've set out all of this in our previous responses, so I won't go into any more detail at this stage. In terms of whether the housing land audit can be compared to a housing pipeline as set out in NPF 4, I don't believe it can be at this stage. We're yet to see final LDP guidance, which will hopefully set out in more detail what the pipeline will look like. But for the time being, NPF 4 defines the deliverable housing land pipeline as being, and I'm quoting, the expected sequencing of the local housing land requirement over the short 1 to 3 years, medium 4 to 6 years, and long-term 7 to 10 years set out in the local development plan delivery programme. That's from the NPF 4 glossary. There's 3 points to note there: that the pipeline covers 10 years, it's the sequencing of the local housing land requirement, and it's set out in the LDP delivery programme. So on the 10-year point, the 2021 audit provides annualised programming for only the first 7 years, and then merges the rest into a post-7-year block. On the local housing land requirement point, perhaps a less clear point, but as far as I'm aware, local housing land requirement is a new term, different from a housing land requirement. It's defined in the NPF4 as, again in the glossary, as the amount of land required for housing as identified in the local development plan. The local housing land requirement is expected to exceed the 10-year minimum or 10-year housing land requirement set out in the National Planning Framework. So this doesn't appear entirely compatible with the previous framework for setting a housing land requirement. It's arguable that it represents a whole new approach to housing delivery. So again, it's something new that a pipeline must consider that any housing land audit currently doesn't. On the delivery program, the third point, the LDP delivery program is expected to establish a deliverable housing land pipeline for the local housing land requirement. Again, this is a change to the system. So moving to the concepts of effectiveness and deliverability, effectiveness is reasonably well understood, and PAN 2010 sets out in some detail when a site can be considered effective. There's no such breadth of clarification on deliverable, at least prior to next month's guidance being published. The NPF4 does offer one sentence in attempt to define deliverable land, stating that it's land that is free from constraints, or there is a commitment to overcome constraints, and development is able to be delivered in the period identified for the site within the deliverable housing land pipeline. Again, that's from the glossary. No mention of specific timescales there other than during the period identified in the pipeline. So at this time, housing land audit and the emergent pipeline can't really be compared. Scottish Boards Council aren't unique here. No local planning authority currently prepares a housing land audit which could be compared to a pipeline. It's noteworthy that the transitional arrangements highlight that new guidance on housing land audits will be prepared this year. That guidance will be vital in considering the shift that audits will have to go through to remain useful under the new system. And in terms of the last point, how might the above matters assist in the consideration of land supply? As we previously set out, it is our view that NPF4 really shouldn't be referred to at this stage to consider matters of land supply. If we do reach a position where we conclude that we must refer to NPF4, this would put us on entirely new ground. And as we stated before, any approach, if you were to go down that path, must set the local housing land requirement above the MATLA, and in our view, at least attempt to deal with any existing backlog.
Okay, thank you. Were there other points you were wanting to make?
No.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the time scale that's covered by the audit as being up to year 7, and then a block post year 7. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, the current 2021
the current 2021 audit.
Yeah.
And I've got the page or the passage from NPF4 that you were reading where it talks about phasing expected across short 1 to 3 years, medium 4 to 6 years, and then it goes on 7 to 10. Is at least some of the contents of the audit interreadable with that in terms of timescales?
Potentially, but not if you look at the audit as a whole.
Okay. And you obviously mentioned, you described to me the PAN 2010 definition of effectiveness, and that's based on various components. And that's something that's been submitted, so I've got that. What, by your understanding, is the purpose of considering whether something is effective or not?
The purpose of considering whether something is effective or not in a post-NPF4 world is very unclear. Pre-NPF4, if something was effective, it could count towards the 5-year supply, which was relevant in land supply calculations. Where we are now with it, I'm not really sure.
Okay. Thank you for that. Was there anything else you wanted to add before I?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll invite Ferguson Planning then to comment as well, please.
So in terms of the impact of NPF4 on deliverability, we consider the most pertinent application to be the requirement to organise the housing land supply into a pipeline comprising short, medium and long-term components. We would note also that policy 16 of NPF4 introduces the concept of a commitment on the planning authority's part to introduce delivery mechanisms to help bring forward completion of sites that are suffering from constraints of various manifestations, I suppose.
Could you direct me to that part of the policy just so I can follow your points?
But it's the part that then continues where sites earning the deliverable land pipeline are not delivered as programmed, or alternative delivery mechanisms identified in the delivery programme are not practical. Measures should be considered to enable earlier delivery of long-term deliverable sites, 7 to 10 years, or areas identified for new homes beyond 10 years.
Is that on page 62?
63, I think.
63. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure which part I'm looking at. Is it on? There's part C, part D, part E, part F, and part G and H on that one. Which one would you like me to look at? Or is it preceding those? I'm just checking because I think I can see the words you mean on MPF4 page 62 in the final of the 3 paragraphs that discuss local development plans. Is that where you're directing me?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so I think right. Okay, we're in the same place. So that would be probably starting approximately halfway down that paragraph.
That's right. Yeah.
So where sites earlier in the deliverable housing land pipeline. Right. I'm sorry. I'm where you are now. Sorry. If you want to just take a moment to remember where you were and what you were telling me, then just please continue when you're ready.
I think I was getting to the end actually. Yes. So we consider that they are the primary applications of NPF4 on housing land supply, and we haven't seen any evidence that either the 2020 audit or the 2021 audit deliver on these requirements.
And I asked Homes for Scotland a moment or two ago about its view regarding any similarity between time periods that are covered by the audits and which are referenced by that paragraph in MPF4 that we've just been talking about, the 1 to 3 and the 4 to 6 and 7 to 10. Do you have any views on that same issue?
Yeah, I suppose. Well, I mean, we're in a transitionary period, aren't we? Where we now have new requirements to move away from the effective land supply and the established land supply that we've come out of, which rested on concepts like deliverability and developability, into the this new NPF4 world, where we're talking about short, medium, and long-term pipelines. The House and Land Audit clearly isn't organised into those short, medium, and long terms, which, to be fair to the council, I suspect that there aren't many councils in Scotland who have done that. So that work would remain outstanding.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other points you wanted to make before I bring in the council?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms Armstrong, if you want to answer this item on the agenda, then please, for the council.
Yep. I think moving forward is acknowledge that the council will need to take on board the new requirements to produce the delivery programme that will include the House and Land pipeline. It is difficult to fully respond to this question in the absence of the new guidance from the Scottish Government regarding the HLA process, which is anticipated in summer. However, I think we understand and know the direction of travel and the Scottish Government's intention through these pieces of work. Therefore, I can offer the following comments based on the information that we have available at this point in time. It's noted that Homes for Scotland are of the opinion that both the House and Land pipeline and local HLR, which are referred to within Policy 16, are only applicable for new style LDPs, and as a result, Policy 16 cannot be fully applied. I think the council would disagree on this approach and do not consider that it was ever the intention of the Scottish Government to wait a period of time before the councils could actually start using the Matler figures set out in NPF4. In relation to the comparabilities with the old style House and Land audits and the House and Land pipeline approach, I think there are comparabilities with the delivery programme and the current action programme as well. The LDP delivery programme is expected to establish this deliverable House and Land pipeline for the local House and Land requirement. The intention is that the pipeline will provide a view of the phasing of housing allocation so that interventions, including infrastructure, that enable delivery can be planned. The phasing of the pipeline is expected to be 1 to 3 years, 4 to 6, and then 7 to 10 to cover that 10-year period. The council currently produced the action programme, which contains information for the majority of allocations, and it's envisaged that the delivery programme could actually build upon a lot of the information that we already contain within the council's action programme, alongside that new House and Land pipeline element 2. The HLAs will then play a vital role in monitoring the delivery of House and Land to inform that House and Land pipeline and the actions to be taken forward in the delivery programme itself. In terms of the phased approach, and I think this has been touched upon by others, we already take a phased approach to programming. So we have years 1 to 5, year 6, year 7, and post year 7, as well as identifying the constraint supply. So therefore, I think it is considered that the House and Land pipeline will be able to build upon a lot of the phasing information currently contained within the Scottish Borders audit moving forward. There are similarities in the years currently programmed for within the audit and the phasing expected in House and Land pipelines. Obviously, it is hard to answer these in this interim period until we get the guidance, but I think we know the direction of travel, and I think there are similarities in the phasing and things that we can be built upon. It's also worth noting that we do take the following into consideration of the programming of sites, which I think can be factored into the House and Land pipeline approach going forward, and what could be the newer concept of deliverability. And that includes things I've touched upon before: the landowner feedback, pre-applications, developer interest, RSL programming, ship market conditions, constraints, also infrastructure requirements, phasing of developments. This is information we currently hold as a council that can be used to inform the House and pipeline going forward. And I think in respect of the effectiveness versus sort of the new deliverability, the council currently, mentioned that we currently programme over the 1 to 5, 6, 7, post year 7. Moving forward, there will be this shift towards monitoring from monitoring the effectiveness to focusing on the deliverability. And it is considered the current approach and the new approach. There are similarities there that can be built upon, and I think the phasing is one aspect of that that is very similar moving forward. And I was just going to quote the same quote, I can't remember who's already said it. It's the NPF4 quote regarding deliverable land, that it's land that will be free from constraints, or there is a commitment to overcome constraints, and development is able to be delivered in the period identified for the site within the deliverable House and Land pipeline. And I was just going to read the quote of what we have down as effectiveness within the House and Land audit. And this is on page 23, Annex A of the glossary and definitions, and it's site or part of a site in the established house and land supply that is free from constraints under the time period covered by the house and land audit. So again, I think there are similarities in the definitions of deliverable land moving forward versus the effectiveness that can be built upon. Therefore, I think we consider that the current approach, taken in respect of effectiveness, does have similarities moving forward. And I think it's also worth stating that we do have good working relationships with Scottish Water and SEPA, and we have regular quarterly meetings where we factor in the infrastructure requirements or infrastructure information, including, say, where a growth project is. We actually factor that into the house and land audit programming currently, and that's something that will be factored into the house and land pipeline while building that picture. So I do think there are similarities, but I acknowledge it is hard to answer that fully in the absence of any anticipated guidance.
Thank you. Is it fair to say then Homes for Scotland and Ferguson Planning were both saying that we're in a transitionary period? Yes. Is it fair to say that you're agreeing with that, but that your position on the use of the information that's available would seem to differ?
I agree that we're in a transitional period, but I think the information that we have in the audit, I think there are similarities there. I know others are saying they maybe don't think there are similarities, but I think perhaps there is similarities in that we already program, we already factor phasing into programming as well. Okay. But obviously we have to wait until we get that guidance to fully know what is required in terms of actually delivering that pipeline itself.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Right. Well, was that all you wanted to say just now before I invite Mr. Lewington to come back? Thanks. Okay. So, Mr. Lewington, any points to address what you've heard from the other
just
parties?
Just a couple of quick ones. Our position on whether Policy 16 can reasonably be applied, we've set that out in detail already. I'm not going to go over that again. Our position hasn't changed. And the second point is, I completely agree with the council that this is a difficult conversation to have prior to that guidance coming out.
Thank you. Were there any other points you wanted to make? Okay. Ferguson Planning then, please.
Not a huge amount, only to agree with Homes for Scotland and a lot of the points made by the council there. Just in terms of the Housing Land Audit 2021 in relation to the MAT HLR established by NPF4, we'd only note that the MAT HLR requires annual delivery of 480 units, and the 2021 Housing Land Audits confirmed completions of 298. So obviously, on that basis, if in a hypothetical world, they wouldn't have met the target in 2021. But other than to note that, nothing else.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So I'll hand back over to Ms. Armstrong for the council to make any further points in response. And if there's nothing that we need to go back to the other parties with, then I'll invite you to close after. But is there anything you wanted to add, having just heard what anybody else has got to say?
I've got no further comments. No.
Okay. No. I'll invite you then to close.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate the points again, that I do think there are similarities between what we currently undertake in the audit in terms of that phasing, and I think there's information that we can build upon for the housing line pipeline going forward. And yes, I do not consider, I should have maybe just added this in, do not consider that the matters that we've discussed will actually alter what we've discussed in terms of Scottish Borders Council's land supply moving forward as well.
Okay, thank you. Right, let's move on to item. Was that all you wanted to say? I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item 5 now. Then, I think it's probably helpful if we take both 5A and 5B together. I'll run through them, but I have a suspicion that a number of the points, certainly in 5A, are already covered because Mr. Lewington has submitted an update as of Monday. But I'll read through it anyway, and I'll give you the chance to comment. So 5A, the table at the end of Homes for Scotland's further information request response sets out several variables and comparators. In the CES Plan 1 row, the year 2023-24 has 492. Is this a typing error? The effective land row is stated to be sourced from the 2020 housing land audit and purports to cover 7 years but only covers 6. Why is this? What implications, if any, do these matters have for the aggregate data conclusions of the table? And then 5B, Homes for Scotland as table also omits data for the post 7-year sites, constrained sites and windfall. The Council's further information response also appears to omit assumptions for the windfall, but this was covered in Proposed Plan Appendix 2. What factors should be used to determine whether there is sufficient land supply? What assumptions, if any, could reasonably be made for the post 7-year data in the housing land audit? How should constrained supply be treated? What role, if any, is windfall likely to play in the future? What data would be used and what would be a reasonable calculation to determine this? As I mentioned a second ago, I'm happy that a number of these questions may well have been answered in your responses on the 2021 audit and Homes for Scotland's update in particular. I know that the Council has picked up some of these matters in its response too. So what I think we'll do is we'll go to Homes for Scotland first, and I'm very happy for you to comment on all of those matters that we've listed in both A and B, so that allows you to then just take us through and be content that you're happy you've dealt with those, and I may have some questions, and then we'll take Ferguson Planning and then the Council. So over to you, Mr. Lewington.
Yeah, I can probably cover 5A quite quickly. The 492, yes, that is the typing error. The figure should have been 656, i.e. the 2019 to 24 CES Plan 1 figures for 3,280 divided by 5. Given the LDP is likely to be adopted in 2023, it's necessary to extend this table to include extra years, wherein the 492 units annualized that we discussed earlier can be inserted, which is shown in our recent submission. The effective land row covering only 6 years, again, that was an error. 942 units were missed from 25-26, and the 787 units in that year should have been in 26-27. This has also been updated, however, to reflect the new data in the 2021 audit. So I think that covers 5A. 5B.
The aggregates were sorted out as a result of that.
Yes,
well,
they were.
okay,
Yes,
yeah, okay.
Yes, those were set out in the updated table submitted to the examination on
Thank
Monday. So 5B. What factors should be used to determine whether there is an efficient land supply? So this question seems to cover windfall, constrained sites, and post 7-year sites. So in terms of windfall sites, for clarity, we're not opposed notionally to inserting a windfall assumption into the figures. Such an approach would be eminently sensible. Our position on this is that at the time of the proposed plan, at least, the Council's windfall assumptions were not supported by obvious evidence. This was clarified in Schedule 4's pages 64 to 65. Council highlighted usage of the CES Plan Housing Technical Note 2011 to derive the figures, stating that the figure would be 146 units per year for the period 2017-18 to 23-24, and 98 units per year for the period 24-25 to 30-31. In the 2019-20 year and in the 2020 housing land audit, that notes a total of 55 new windfall sites entering the audit, accounting for 92 units that year. In the 2020-21 year, the 2021 audit notes a total of 41 windfall sites added to the audit that year, accounting for 56 units, albeit using a small sample range. It's difficult to understand why the apparent 2011 assumptions still be considered accurate given they appear to reflect inflated figures compared against the last two audits. Additionally, it's not clear that the correct document's been referred to. The CES Plan Housing Technical Note 2011 that's titled in the examination CD003 is actually the 2014 supplementary guidance document titled Housing Land Technical Note. Using the windfall assumption of that document yields windfall assumption figures of 117 up to 2019, 146 2019 to 24, and 98 24 to 32. Again, these figures appear high. Our suggested solution is just to use previous windfall completions figures as a basis for the assumptions moving forward.
And which previous ones do you mean? Just for clarity.
A longer time period than we've set out with the most two recent audits, but using the information contained within the audits. Which tells you how
so
many.
You use audit information, but over a longer period than 2 years?
Yeah, well, I would recommend using a longer period than 2 years, yes.
Is there a particular time frame you'd like to put to that? Or are you relaxed
about
what it was? If it was 3, would it be a problem?
There are other authorities that use 5 years.
Okay.
That would be acceptable.
Okay.
So the next point was the constrained sites. The data in the audits in terms of why each site is constrained is not entirely complete. It's our view that it's not entirely possible to make a reasonable assertion on a site-by-site basis, just looking at the audit, about the potential for each of these sites individually to come forward over the planned period. So that was the reason for admitting them. Of course, it's likely that some of these sites will come forward. It does seem unreasonable to expect every site to come forward. But and additionally, on top of that, some constrained sites will inevitably come forward, but equally some effective sites will likely become constrained. So to assume sites would only move from constrained to effective represents an optimism bias. And our view is that there's not sufficient evidence to pull forward any of the specific sites. And it's a similar position in terms of the post 7-year sites with regards to the lack of information. So that's the reason why those have been left blank.
I see. And just out of interest, what if with a post 7-year site, I think earlier on, forgive me, I can't remember if it was Ferguson Planning or if it was the council who referenced sites, or it might be both of them actually, who referenced sites that straddle the 7-year period. What if there was an instance where a site, some of the quantity that is described by the post 7-year number is made up of sites that may commence development, or perhaps are expected to commence development in the 5-year in a period earlier than 7 years, and then transition across that. Should I treat them in the way that you have just described for constrained and post 7-year sites generally, or do I treat them in the way that I might treat sites before the 7-year period, or do they have their own way of being treated?
I think they probably need to be treated the way the constrained sites are.
I apologise, I cut you off, so I think there might be some other, I don't know if there were some other things that you wanted to say in response to 5B in particular. I realise you've touched on windfall, so I don't know if your earlier response on windfall covers the last one.
No, I think I've covered everything.
Yeah, you're happy with that. Okay, let me just check any queries I have. Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you. I'll invite Ferguson. Oh, that was all you wanted to say, wasn't it? Yep, yes. That's fine. I'll invite Ferguson Planning then to respond now.
Yeah. I don't think we would have anything to say on 5A. In terms of 5B, we would reiterate our position that we think that the MAT HLR is the very minimum portion of homes to be delivered within the LDP period. Perhaps it's useful to think of the housing land supply in a first half and second half, halves, to divide it into a first half and a second half, given that the evidence base to consider housing land supply in terms of short, medium and long-term pipelines doesn't exist. In that regard, half of 4,800 is clearly 2,400. We are mindful that our housing land analysis has identified the effective supply, the supply that can be delivered within 5 years of 2,222. It's essentially 200 short of that 2,400 that would be required for the first half of the LDP period.
Is this going to answer the points in Part B?
5B.
Yes.
Yeah, what factors should be used to determine whether there's a sufficient land supply?
I'm sorry, right, okay, my apologies. Right, yes, please continue.
Okay. So, yes, it's our opinion that another 200 additional units will be required at minimum another 200 units would require to be allocated at minimum to meet the housing land, to satisfy the housing land supply for the first half of the LDP period. In terms of the second half of the period, we think significantly more units would have to be allocated. We think that number is likely to be in the region of about 2,000.
But I'm asking you about the factors that you think should be used to determine whether there is a sufficient land supply. Appreciate that you've already outlined in earlier matters that you don't think there is. I'm asking about the factors here in 5B.
Yeah, so in terms of housing land delivery, the factors, as far as we see it, remain largely unchanged, and that it's does a site have planning permission? Is it progressing through the development process? Are the conditions being discharged? Are the groundworks being done? And so on. It's essentially the factors that have been brought into the methodology that the methodology which was used to prepare the housing land analysis.
I see. Okay. And on the other issues there, so about the assumptions that could reasonably be made for post-year 7 data in the housing land audit, do you have a view on that, and on constrained supply, and on windfall, and what role it might play?
Certainly in terms of windfall, we would agree with Homes for Scotland that we support the principle of windfall units. I suppose then it's a question of how many windfall units is it appropriate to include? You know, I think 10% would be supported by a fair amount of logic. And if you're looking to make up more than 10% of the housing land requirement just on windfall, you know, I don't think that would be deliverable. I don't think it would be effective.
So, you said you agreed with Homes for Scotland. Homes for Scotland was saying, if I understood them correctly, that they would calculate, or they would be, that they would not have a problem with windfall being calculated based on recent windfall completions over. I think Mr. Lewington said the last 5 years was an acceptable way of looking at that. Do you agree with that, or is this 10% an alternative to that you're talking about?
We agree with the concept. I suppose that we agree with. We agree that there is a role for windfall, and we agree that that role has to be proportionate. That windfall completions sort of can't carry the heavy burden, as it were. They have to be a top up. You know,
and is that where the 10% comes in then?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So are you saying then if the number was calculated in the way that Homes for Scotland had said was possibly acceptable, if that number exceeded 10% of the overall, do you want to just explain what you mean? I'm trying to understand it. So
yeah, well, I suppose it's a question of fact and extent. You know, if that methodology spits out 11 or 12%, then you know, we wouldn't be, you know, we wouldn't take objection to that. If that methodology came up with a much larger figure, bearing in mind that the last 2 or 3 years have been impacted by COVID, and it's disproportionately affected larger sites, obviously, which gives rise to a higher proportion of completions being windfall. If that gave a figure that was equal to 25% or 20%, then we would certainly object to that. We don't think even 20% of the MAT HLR could be delivered on a windfall basis. No.
Okay. So you don't necessarily object to a calculation being used to derive windfall, provided whatever number it is doesn't exceed 10% of the total amount of land that's expected to be provided. Is that a fair understanding of where you're coming from?
Yes. Yes. 10% or thereby.
Or thereabouts. Okay.
We wouldn't die in the ditch over 11 or 12%.
I understand. Okay. Thank you. Were there any other bits that you wanted to add before I move to the council?
I suppose in terms of how the constrained supply should be treated, we do think policy 16 is relevant to that in terms of bringing forward delivery mechanisms. Now, of course, that's easier said than done. It might be that a supplementary guidance note could lay the foundation for that, or indeed a constrained supply policy added to this PLDP.
Okay, thank you. Does that finish your remarks on that before I invite the council back? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right. Ms. Armstrong for the council then.
Hi there. Hi. In terms of 5A, I've got no further comments. I'm happy that was the response from Monday satisfies those points. So I'll just continue to respond to point 5b. So I've just been taking some notes as everybody's been speaking. In terms of what factors should be used to determine whether there's a sufficient land supply, I've noted down 6 factors that I think that should be considered when we're looking at land supply. And I think reference should also be made to the Council's most recent submission on Monday, the 24th of April, where I set this out, and this updates the previous further information response in line with the HLE 2021. Further to this response, it is considered that the following factors must be taken into consideration in determining whether there's sufficient housing land supply. So I think this is the same methodology that we have set out in our current adopted plan. So it's something that it's been well established within the Scottish Borders. The first factor is we need to take into consideration the established house and land supply, taking into consideration large and small effective supply, years 6 and 7, post year 7, and constraints. In terms of the second point, it's allowances for any completions between the HLA, which will be the HLA 2021 now, and year 1 of the anticipated adoption. And again, I think we've addressed that earlier in this session. The third point is the loss of supply due to anticipated demolitions through the plan. The fourth point is units to be removed from the LDP need to be deducted from the supply. We need to be careful how this is done so we're not double counting, because these may come out naturally from the house and land audit moving forward. So the first audit that we undertake after the adoption of the LDP, we would obviously be removing these sites from that audit. So we just have to make sure that they're not double counted when they're deducted. The fifth point is the units being added to the LDP need to be included within the supply. And 6 is an annual windfall assumption allowance should be added to the land supply as well. The response dated 24th of April also sets out the precise calculations for each of these factors to establish the contributions towards the land supply for the planned period. What I could do is I'm just going to actually answer this point first. It's what assumptions, if any, could reasonably be made for post year 7 data in the House and Land Audit 2020. I think this is on the back of the Homes for Scotland table. It's noted that Homes for Scotland has omitted post year 7 data from the table. The table that I'm referring to is Table 1, Appendix 1 from the submission on Monday, the 24th of April. The Council considered that post year 7 data should be included and contribute towards the house and land supply. The post year 7 data is programmed largely due to phasing, and moving forward this is likely to be linked in with the deliverability phasing of sites in the year 7 to 10 category. These sites are not classified as constraints. They are likely to be phased programming or sites that will follow on after other sites have built out. However, it should be noted that given there are no constraints on these sites, there is nothing preventing these sites coming forward within the plan period. Therefore, they must be included within the land supply. I think someone else also touched on this point, how to deal with these post year 7 sites. And I think it's worth noting that we have we have maybe, for example, a large site. I'll take Easter Langley and Galashiels, for example, where it's a site larger than 400 units, and it's taken about 10 years to build out this site. And that is just how long it takes to build a site. And that's a national house builder that's delivering that site. I think this year we were under 40 units completed. And I think that has to be factored into the phasing programme in the audit. So a site like that, we would programme it probably years 1 to 7, and that's just the natural phasing for a site in a rural context. So I think that has to be taken into consideration when we are looking at these years 6, year 7, post year 7. That could just be the natural phasing for one of a larger site. So I think we need to be careful when we're just making an assumption that that's a site that maybe doesn't have planning consent. I'll run you through how the constrained supply should be treated. As part of the House and Land Audit 2021, there are just over 1,200 constrained units, which are largely due to infrastructure or market conditions. The Council considers again that constrained sites should be included within the land supply, as there is no reason why these sites could not come forward within the plan period and should not be discounted in their entirety. given that these sites are largely constrained by market conditions, there would be no merit in adding any additional sites to the supply. It's considered that the delivery programme, house and land audit and house and land pipeline will provide the mechanisms to work with key stakeholders, potentially identify why some constrained sites are not coming forward and look at ways to unblock any constraints with a clear focus on deliverability of sites going forward. The third bullet point, last bullet point, sorry, is in relation to the role of windfall in terms of what a reasonable calculation this is. In respect of a windfall assumption, I've also addressed this as part of the most recent submission from the Council on the 24th of April. The Council would be content, as set out on Monday, for the windfall assumption contained within the proposed plan to carry on the assumptions that are in the adopted plan. That's 146 units for 2021-2022 to 2023-2024 and 98 units per annum thereafter.
And that's what you've outlined here, isn't it, in the document you
submitted? It is, yeah. And so for the majority of the plan going forward, we will be using 98 units. However, I do note that there has been some discussion earlier on regarding potentially using the number of completions on windfall sites as evidence for a figure. So we do actually have our 5 and 10 year average for windfall sites. So I could give you those figures now. And to be honest, this the 5 year average is 101 units per annum and the 10 year average is 107 units per annum. So I think that just shows that actually the figures that we had proposed that were in the adopted of 98 are not dissimilar. We are really very constant in our windfall delivery. And I think over the 10-year period, we've done the 2012 to the 2021 audit, and on a 10-year average, it's coming out as 101 completions on windfall sites. And to give you a picture, that's 37% of all completions for the Scottish Borders. But I think that just reinforces that for a rural authority, I think it's just important in highlighting the role that windfall assumption actually makes in contributing to the house and land supply. And that a lot of the need and demand is met through windfall, and the majority of this is small sites, and a lot of that could be accounted for by housing in the countryside applications as well, linked to our policy HD 2.
Okay. So that are they the 5 and 10 years up to the 2021 audit?
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. They're up
so
to
the year 2020-21 would be the final year of the 5 or of the 10, depending on which it is.
Yep. Let me just clarify. I can just clarify that for you 2 seconds. That's taken us that's 2021 audit figure, wasn't it? Yeah, that's correct. 2021 audit. Yep.
That's fine. Were there any other points you wanted to make?
I think that's everything in terms of the windfall. Yeah, I think that's everything. The actual calculations themselves are set out in my response on 24th of April. But I'm happy to take any questions if there's anything on that.
Okay, that's fine. Right, I'll invite Homes of Scotland to come back first, and then Ferguson Planning, and then we'll come back to the council for you to address any points. And then, if we don't need to go back to anybody with anything else, then we'll close this one. Mr. Lewington, anything more you want to add?
There's nothing that would alter our position. I just wanted to clarify a point. We agree with the council that new allocations, removed allocations, and demolitions are factors which should be considered, and those are considered in our table that we set out in the recent response.
Yes, I see that point. In
there. The other point I wanted to just note was the 5-year and 10-year average completion figures. If we were to use the 5-year that we'd originally suggested, the 101, that's remarkably similar to the 98, which would be the period, the assumption post 2024, but it's some way below the 146, which was the figure that actually covers those years. So I just wanted to note that, and also to ask, is that an average annualized windfall completions data available anywhere?
Ms. Armstrong, is that available?
We haven't published the number of completions on windfall sites. I think we've just actually done those just now, but we could make those available afterwards.
I think that would be helpful if you could just circulate them so that people have at least had the chance to look at them. Is it information that can be derived from what's already written in the audit, Ms. Armstrong?
I think it could be, but you need to probably open 10 audits, so it might be easier if we just circulate that information.
Okay, I'm happy for it to be circulated. I just wanted to understand whether it was information that was already available. It's just that what you're doing is in putting it together for us would be to collate material that's already there for people.
Yeah, let me just double check if that is set out in the audit. I'm just going to pull together, look inside the audit.
Thank you.
I didn't have any other comments.
Thank you, Mr. Lewington. We'll just give Ms. Armstrong a moment. In fact, perhaps if I think I'll let you do that first. Otherwise, you'll be having to listen to other people speak and try and find some information as well. So.
I've just double checked.
We're getting some feedback. Mr. Thompson, would you mind just mute it? Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Armstrong.
Hi, I've just double checked. I think it will be easier if we circulate that. I don't think it would be in the fully in the format of pulling those tables together. So yeah, we can circulate that around.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, Ferguson Planning then, please.
We just remark on quite impressive windfall completions over 5 and 10 years. They're certainly higher than expected, and great focus for Scotland. We also, as we've just been over, didn't have sight of that. We would note that even with those windfall completions, obviously the housing supply targets haven't been met most years in the last 10 years, and indeed deliveries frequently hovered below 480, which would be required within that HLR.
Can I just clarify something? You mentioned the housing supply targets, and previously you talked about housing land requirements. Did you mean to use one deliberately, or?
I said housing supply target. I was referring back to the previous housing land requirement, and also the annual figure, which we're now leaving behind.
Yeah. I think another point I'd like to just come in on the windfall sites is just the correlation of that statistic. Obviously, in terms of actually getting back to what is important to our clients is deliverability of these sites, and the fact that 37% are thereby is coming by way of windfall sites as opposed to allocated sites. I think there's a bit of a story that requires a bit of further detailed research in there, and I don't think it's all related to the market. Again, it comes back to our points about location and constraints, with regard to viability on planning contributions and the like. So there needs to be a bit more research in my mind around that, as why is if there is this so-called lower demand, and why are these windfall sites coming through, and why are the windfall sites as opposed to allocated sites? There's obviously been a reference to Easter Line bleed taking longer than 10 years, for example. So again, we need to require a bit more research into that if we're going to meet.
I understand you're making a connection between that and previous evidence that you've, I think, told us about in the day. I understand the points that you're making. Are there any other points you wish to make before I turn to the council?
No, that's it.
Okay, Ms. Armstrong, if you want to respond to any of those things, and we'll just and then I'll ask you to close once you've done that, assuming there's no points we need to return to the other parties on. Did you want to pick up on anything that they've just said?
I'm happy that what we've said, I think, addresses everything. Yep.
That's fine. If you want to close, then.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I think there are the 6 factors I think we need to take into consideration in determining the sufficient land supply. I do consider that we need to consider the whole of the established land supply, including post-year 7 and constrained supply within that land supply. We do need to make the windfall assumption, and again, although we have stated that we would use the Cess Plan Urban Capacity Study figure, I would be happy to go for the figure for the average number of completions on windfall sites to be used instead, because it's very, very similar. So I'm happy with that if that's a decision that's taken. And I think that is everything for 5B from us. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you. Okay. Normally, I would suggest we would have taken a break at this point, but I think as we've only got item 6 left, under item 6, I'm asking you to summarise where you've all been. Is everybody comfortable to just go for it on this one, and then with the idea of then finishing afterwards? So, in summing up your positions on the above matters, how would you suggest my conclusion should reconcile local housing land requirement for this LDP? Please provide, where relevant, a figure associated with the assumptions sources you consider should be relied on from the above, the sufficiency of the land supply to meet that housing land requirement or local housing land requirement. Please provide as relevant the figure sources you consider should be relied upon from the above material, and any consequent shortfalls or surplus based on the above. I'll be inviting the council first, then Homes for Scotland, then Ferguson Planning. If you can keep it brief, let's not repeat all the everything that we've already heard today. I'm happy for kind of high-level points to be made as pointers to what we've already discussed. Once everybody's done that, I will give everyone the chance to just come back in case there's anything new that's emerged or anything that people want to comment on, and then, as normal, I'll ask the council to close. So over to the council first then, please.
Hi. I'll run you through the first point is a summary of what the local housing land requirements should be for the LDP, including figures and associated assumptions. I will set out a summary of what should be taken into consideration in setting the LHLR for the Scottish Borders. As discussed today, I won't go over this in too much detail, but we consider that Honda 3 must be taken into consideration as the most up-to-date evidence base for the housing needs and demands for the Scottish Borders moving forward, and in setting the LHLR for the plan. NPF 4 now forms part of the statutory development plan and must also be taken into consideration, specifically Annex E, which sets out the MATLR for the Scottish Borders. The MATLR sets out 4,800 units over a 10-year period, equating to 480 units per annum. The council are content that a local housing land requirement of 4,800 is used for the plan period. This figure takes into consideration Honda 3 as the evidence base and has been adjusted to take into consideration recent completion rates in the borders, local and national policy drivers, and includes additional 30% flexibility. It's also considered this shows ambition for growth within the south of Scotland. NPF 4 states the MATLR can be adjusted where there's evidence. Given the Honda 3 is recently robust and credible and NPF 4 is recently adopted, it's not considered that there's more recent robust evidence to justify an increase to the MATLR at this point in time. And again, we've touched on the backlog that we don't agree with the approach of adding any undelivered residual house and land requirement backlog onto that figure. In terms of the summary of the sufficiency of land supply to meet the house and land requirement, I'll just run through a summary of the contributions towards the land supply that we consider. As highlighted earlier today and set out within the previous FIR response on Monday the 24th of April, the Council considers the following contributes towards the land supply for the plan period. Firstly, the House and Land Audit, which is the most up-to-date, the 2021 House and Land Audit is the most up-to-date position. The entire established house and land supply, including the large and small effective, Year 6, Year 7, post-Year 7 and constrained, totalling 8,715 units, should be taken into consideration. And to ensure the established house and land supply is not an overestimate, a deduction for anticipated completion should be made over the 2 years 21-22 and 22-23. The average 5-year completion rate for 2017 to 2021 is 288 units. Therefore, it's proposed that 288 units per annum could be deducted from the land supply to take account of anticipated completions for these 2 years. This would result in 576 units being deducted from the land supply. An assumption for the loss of land through demolitions must be included. A demolition assumption has already been set out in previous responses. The methodology for the demolition calculation was set out in the CES Plan Technical Note 2011 for 20 units per annum. It's considered that this modest figure of 20 units per annum is a reasonable assumption for the Scottish Borders, and we would be content for 240 units to be deducted from the land supply to take account of future demolitions and for the 2 years between the 2021 audit and the year 1 of the plan. We would need to deduct 108 units on existing allocations that are proposed to be removed. Again, we would need to be careful at what point this was done before, or whether this would come out naturally through future house and land audits. We would need to add in the 567 units to the supply for the proposed allocations being added in. And additionally, we would propose to add in a windfall assumption. My calculations were based on the 146 and the 98. That totaled 1,320. If we did move towards using the average completions on windfall, I don't think this would alter this figure significantly. That would give us, once we've done all those deductions, a total remaining land supply of 9,678. Based on the calculations set out, it is envisaged that there would be a surplus of 4,878 units within the land supply. This would ensure for a range and choice of sites for the Scottish Borders. Just a last, I think that's actually answered all the points there. I think. Yep, is that okay?
Sorry, I was on mute.
No, it's okay.
Yes, that's fine. Nothing else you want to add to that?
I think that's everything. So we've set out that we've got the 4,800. We've set out how we're going to reach that figure. We've set out the sufficiency of land supply and any subsequent shortfall surplus. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you for your brevity in that. That's appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to Homes for Scotland then, please, Mr. Lewington.
I'll try to keep it brief as well. To summarise, in terms of the first bullet point, our position is that CES Plan 1 be utilised as the basis for setting the Scottish Borders housing land requirement, and that it is at least a significant material consideration. As previously stated, if it is decided that we must bring in MPF4 evidence, our view, as we previously set out, is that the backlog must be delivered and that the housing land requirement must be set higher than the MATLA. Our response in terms of how to set the local housing land requirement was set out in our response to this examination on Monday. I think that covers the first bullet point. In terms of the second bullet point, all we would say is establishing the exact land supply is a difficult task given the available information in the housing land audits. And our position on this matter, as best as we can determine, is set out in our response to this examination on Monday. And we consider that there is a current shortfall. In terms of the third bullet point, as set out in some length in our proposed plan response, if we do find there is a shortfall, there are three primary ways to address this. These are set out in our proposed plan response, but they are to allocate more land, to review the developer contributions, and to establish a more flexible departure policy. I'll probably just stop there.
Thank you very much. Is that all you wanted to say? Thank you. Okay, and Ferguson Planning, please.
We consider, as mentioned before, we consider that LHLR should be set at 8,000 new homes over 10 years, preferably 2023 to 32. First, 4,800 units account for the MAT HLR, which is considered to be non-optional. 3,200 units additional account for 38% of the undelivered portion of the previous HLR. Also, the reasons for which we've gone over. Housing land supply maintained is currently not sufficient to meet the MAT HLR and would not be sufficient to meet any validly set LHLR. Housing land supply is not evidenced to extend to more than 2,222 units, much of which would fit into the medium-term supply. Even if the entire effective supply is delivered in the next 5 years, an allocation of 200 additional units would be required to satisfy the MAT HLR. The long-term section of the pipeline, as I think everyone's actually been over, is still up in the air to a large extent. We do recognise that while some of the larger sites that are currently allocated and have been for a while may start to deliver completions in the final year or two of the period, cohesive planning will be required to meet that long-term section, section of the pipeline. The established supply that hasn't been included in the effective supply is considered not to represent a long-term pipeline. Most sites, including therein, have been allocated for more than 10 years, and a large portion of them for 20 years or more. Many of them don't benefit from an extant planning permission, and there's no indication that they will command developer confidence in the foreseeable future, even on a self-build basis. We consider the established supply is unduly predicated towards the Berkshire HMA, and this is inappropriate as the Central Borders HMA and the North Borders HMA attract the greatest consumer demand, and therefore should have the greatest provision made for them in the short, medium and long-term pipelines. Housing demand in Berkshire and the South Borders housing market area HMA is significantly lower than even in the North Borders. We consider the allocation of another 2,000 new units is required for the second half of the LDP-2 period to create a deliverable long-term pipeline and satisfy that HLR. It's absolutely essential that the majority of newly allocated units are located in the Central Borders and North Borders HMAs. Principle of 20-minute neighbourhoods is considered to be important, and new allocations should maximise the opportunity presented by sustainable locations as set out by NPF4. It is our sincerely held belief that sites should be promoted for allocation by sustainable locations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all you wish to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll bring the council back in case you wanted to quickly respond to any points that were raised, and then I'll do the same for everybody else before I ask the council to close.
I've got no further comments. I think everything that we've set out addresses everything that's been raised there, so I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewington.
Don't have very much more to say. Just in respect of the entire process, thank you, Mr. Smith, for providing us the opportunity to discuss these matters today. If we can provide any further assistance, please do just let us know. And thank you to the council and Ferguson Planning as well for their valuable input today. I found the process to be extremely useful. That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much. And Ferguson Planning, did you have anything else you wanted to respond to?
No, just thank you and Mr. Smith for organising the hearing, and the council for their time and participation, and thank you to Richard as well.
Thank you very much. I'll just invite the council to close then, and I'll have a few closing remarks once you've done that.
Yeah. I don't have anything
just get a bit of feedback. Can everybody mute, please? Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Armstrong.
Yep. I think I've addressed all the points I would wish to address in terms of the question 6 summary. I would just like to say that I think in conclusion to the overall chapter 6 and appendix 2, I think when we take a step back and look at this pragmatically, there is an established house and land supply in excess of 8,000 units currently within the Scottish Borders, with an average completion rate of around about 300 units per annum. And I think that we need to ensure that we are actually setting a local house and land requirement that is both realistic and achievable for the Scottish Borders area moving forward. That is a realistic, reflective of the realistic housing need and demand. And just to say that the focus moving forward must be on the delivery of sites and how we can all work together with key stakeholders, including Homes for Scotland in partnership, to focus on the delivery to create sustainable, livable, productive places going forward. And just, thanks for the opportunity to run through these conclusions today as well. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your brevity, all of you, on that last bit. That's been very helpful to me in drawing together the discussion we had today. That concludes our hearing. In a moment, I will formally close this session and leave the meeting. But before I do that, I need to thank all of you for your participation today and your efforts to advise me of the matters that were in the agenda. I also need to thank the DPA IT team who've been running today's session seamlessly in the background. So a big thank you to them. And so best wishes to you all, and I now formally close this hearing. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.